Clio 182 Championship. The cars are off on their green flag lap for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy race. So let me give you the grid for this one. On pole position, it's going to be number 47, Luke Rosewell, and alongside him, number 117, Adam Shepherd. On the second row, 53, Mark Barmer, and 87, Jack Leese. The third row, 35, Aaron Sharp, and 77, Mark Dickens. So 35 and 77 on row 3. On the fourth row, it's 28 and 4, 28 Joe Jessup and 4 Daniel Chapman. The fifth row, 88 and 20, 88 Tristan Fletcher and 20 is Ash Moore. Row 6, 83 and 16, 83 William Puttergill and 16 Brett Evans. The seventh row, 96 and 95, 96 Tim Leckland and 95 Samuel Dennis. The eighth row, 15 and 72, 15 James Brotigan and 72 Chris Stone. And on the ninth and final row, 18 and 11, 18 Matthew Duffel and 11 Martin Piccolo. So 18 cars on the grid then for this first of two races today for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. And this is round 9 of the championship, round 10 coming up later on today. The championship was already likely to be settled this weekend, but now even more so because unfortunately Lee Deegan, second in the championship, had a very heavy accident in testing yesterday. He had to go off to hospital in Bangor, and we wish him well, but he's clearly not racing this weekend, and the car in very bad shape as well. And so that means that Adam Shepherd, who led the championship anyway by 26 points coming into this weekend, is favourite to wrap things up, but he's not had things all his own way so far today, because Luke Rosewell, who lies third in the championship, has put his car on pole position, number 47, with Adam Shepherd, who has won all bar one race this season, so 7 out of 8, including the 2 at Silverstone a fortnight ago. He is there second on the group. 1.56 of that lap. And at the moment, it's for the lap record. It's the first time cars raced here on the 1.55 mile Anglesey Circuit. So we're going to get that record that can improved on still further, because the circuit certainly still damp, possibly in the second race. for the moment. I think we're back with you on the live stream, but apologies that the internet signal strength is not great here at Anglesey, and so it's liable to drop out at any moment. Situation here as we are working the last lap now is that Luke Rosewell is leading by 3.5 seconds in number 47 from Adam Shepherd in 117. Jack Leeson, Mark Barmer having a great old scrap for third and fourth. And for the moment, it is the Mark Barmer car that's giving chase to Lease, the ex-rally driver. Mark Barmer did come close at one point up at Rocket. But we're on the last lap now, and Luke Rosewell is going to get his first race win of the season. He qualified on pole position. He didn't lead into the first corner, though. Adam Shepherd from the outside, which is perhaps the grippier side of the circuit, swept ahead at the first corner, but it didn't take too long for Luke Rosewell to go ahead. And he takes the checkered flag. That's his first win then in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. He wins round 9 of the championship by 4 seconds. Does Luke Rosewell, number 47, from 117, Adam Shepherd in second place. 87, Jack Leese is third. Mark Barmer in number 53 is in fourth place. 35, Aaron Sharp is fifth. And 28, Joe Jessup should come across the line in sixth position. Yes, he's about to. He's got a bit more daylight between himself and Daniel Chapman towards the end, because Chapman has got stuck behind the back marker, number 72, Chris Stone. So that's seventh, Daniel Chapman. Eighth is going to be number 77, Mark Dickin. Ninth is the that the space in the paddock is open all day for your food and drink requirements. Open and serving evening meals and so until 9 o'clock on the cafeteria in the paddock. Two makes of fantastic catering facilities. Yeah, but they ask if you show the courtesy of wearing a mask when you go in and maintaining social distance. Open and serving food 9 o'clock tonight. Racing Clio 182 Championship coming up in a few minutes. So the cars out onto the circuit now for the second race of the day, last race before the lunch break, the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. And we have rounds 8 and 9 of the championship, and indeed round 10 of the championship this weekend. It's a 14-round season. Grid lines up as follows. On the front row, it's 11 Jack Dwayne and 3 Jack Kingsbury. So 11 and 3 on the front row. Second row, 13 and 21. 13 Josh Larkin and 21 Scott Edgar. On row 2. Row 3, 66 and 77. 66 Ross Borman and 77 Andrew Harding. Row 4, 22 and 7. 22 Christopher Keir and 7 Stephen Richardson. Row 5 is 14 and 56. 14 Jason Pelosi and 56 Chris Lawrence. Row 6, 55 and 30. 55 Justin Griffiths and 30 Darren Ransom as the green flag lap gets underway. Row 7, 46 and 80. 46 Jamie Flynn and 80 Christopher Noah. And row 8, number 26, Gareth Tansey. Apologies for any issues that we're having with the live stream, which is just intended to be an audio commentary today, but the internet connection is a little bit flaky, so if it does drop out, we apologise. Side of the circuit potentially. So we'll see if Jack Kingsbury can capitalise on that and make a good start and get into the first corner first. Red lights go out, and it's a better start by Jack Dwayne. Not such a good start by Kingsbury, actually. He's going to go down to about 4th place, possibly. Indeed, he does as they head into the first turn. It's Jason Pelosi that briefly knows into 2nd place, but I think Scott Edgar is going to have the position as they turn into the banking, which is just out of our sight. See the cars on the exit is Dwayne, and then it's about 3 of them trying to be second at the moment. They are going 3 abreast into Church Corner, and it looks like it's Jack Kingsbury that's going to come out in front. No, it's Jason Pelosi who's alongside him. It's Pelosi second at the moment, then Kingsbury, and then Edgar, but they're all a long, long way behind Jack Dwayne here. 20 car lengths behind Jack Dwayne as they head into Rocket for the first time. Kingsbury has sorted it out and got up to 2nd place, and then it looked like it was Pelosi. So back into our sight they come then. Jack Dwayne leading the way. Kingsbury in 2nd, but Pelosi, who was a runner-up a couple of times last time out at Silverstone, giving him no pause for breath at the moment. Edgar in 3rd place. And in 4th place, it's the Stephen Richardson car at the moment. Number 7, Andrew Harding, 77, rounding out the top 6. In qualifying, the best lap time was a 1:26.9 for Jack Dwayne. Conditions, well, have improved, although we've got a bit of rain on the commentary box window again now. See what kind of lap times we're doing when they come around at the end of the first flying lap. But Dwayne in number 11, the man that's 2nd in the championship. He is leading the way at the moment from number 3, Jack Kingsbury, who's on the back of 5 straight wins in this K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Jason Pelosi in 3rd, former stock hatch racer, returning to 750 Motor Club action this season in the Clios. Had a good, strong weekend, as I say, at Silverstone. Kingsbury in 2nd place there, went very wide into Rocket, the left-hand element of it. Missed the apex by quite a long way, but I wonder if he thinks there's some more grip out there compared to the line that many of the other drivers are taking. Dwayne it is, though, that continues to lead. I'm not sure that Kingsbury's any closer to him, so possibly he wasn't on the hunt for grip and it was just a mistake. On Pelosi's car's very sideways as he turns into the left-hand element of the corkscrew, but he manages to get it back in the right direction again and doesn't lose too much time as a result. So end of lap 2, it's Dwayne that's leading. First flying lap of 1:25.9, so a little bit quicker than qualifying, but not very much. So possibly conditions have deteriorated a bit since the Civic race a few minutes ago, the Type R race. Dwayne leading by 2.5 seconds at the moment then from Jack Kingsbury, and Josh Larkin in 3rd. And Scott Edgar in 4th position, number 21. Stephen Richardson's not too far behind him in 5th, but then there is a gap back to 6th. And Jason Pelosi, I beg your pardon, I think it's Josh Larkin. Yes, it is Josh Larkin in 3rd place. I was saying it was Jason Pelosi. Beg your pardon. He's a bit further down in 7th. It's Josh Larkin there in 3rd, but they are teammates, identical liveries on the car. So apologies there. It's Josh Larkin that's been up inside the top 3. Jason Pelosi a little bit further back. Apologies for that. It was Pelosi that was certainly the quicker of those 2 drivers at Silverstone last time out. Here come the leaders once again then, and it's Larkin who has got Scott Edgar and Stephen Richardson very close behind him now. Just wondering, he's struggling a little bit with the handling of this car in these changing conditions. Looks like he might be holding Edgar and Richardson up a little bit. So Dwayne leading by 2 3/4 seconds. Kingsbury 2nd. The lap time's slowing as well that lap time, interestingly. So I think the rain, which is getting harder, I can see even less of Snowdonia now than I could from the commentary box. I think the rain coming down a bit harder now and making conditions difficult for the drivers. They've all got the wipers on at the moment. And it's pretty grim. So, Jack Dwayne leading. 2nd is Jack Kingsbury. And 3rd is Josh Larkin in the 13 car. 4th is Edgar. 5th is Richardson. 6th is Harding. He's got Pelosi behind him. Pelosi trying to have a look around the outside into the first part of Rocket. Not close enough to make anything work, but he's definitely putting pressure on Harding right now. All of the cars up at the top of the circuit, so it all goes quiet down here in the paddock at the moment. But before long, they're back in my sight, and it is the number 11 car of Jack Dwayne that is leading the way. Of course, if Dwayne can finish ahead of Jack Kingsbury here, not just in this race, but in the 2 remaining races this weekend, we've got a couple tomorrow as well, then it could be quite a 3 wins, and Jack Kingsbury had 3 second-place finishes, but there is a long way to go still. 6 minutes gone in this race, so not quite at half distance. 15-minute race in total we have. A bit further back in third place, Josh Larkin, number 13, still managing to hold off 21, Scott Edgar, and 7, Stephen Richardson. And Andrew Harding, for the moment, managing to repel number 14, Jason Pelosi. That the battle for 6th. Pelosi again having a look as they go into Rocket. Again, I think overcooks it a little bit. And so it's going to have another go. So back down into the corkscrew section for the 5th time, in fact, already in this race. It is Jack Dwayne, number 11, who made his debut in the Clio 182 Championship last December at Donington Park. And had a strong first weekend in the competition. Yet to have his first win this season, though, but had lots of podiums, as we've said. We've had a change for third. Scott Edgar's found his way through ahead of Josh Larkin and Stephen Richardson, and it's closed right up as well because Andrew Harding and Jason Pelosi with him as well. Josh Larkin trying to go back around the outside of Scott Edgar now at the banking. He's got the switch back. He's on the inside line for Church. And it looks like, yes, indeed he has. He's gone back through. Jack Kingsbury back into third place. So not Jack Kingsbury, Josh Larkin back into third place. It was a momentary loss of position for Josh Larkin, but he's back through now ahead of Scott Edgar. That's for third place. But up the road, it's still Jack Dwayne leading by about 4 seconds from Jack Kingsbury. Scott Edgar and Josh Larkin are about 7 seconds behind them. So here comes Dwayne to complete lap number 6. We've had 8 3/4 minutes of this race. Still the best lap to Jack Dwayne, a 1:25.9, about 5 seconds outside the lap record, unsurprisingly. And the lap times have gone out a couple of seconds since that first flying lap of the race. And Josh Larkin's got back through to third again. This time Stephen Richardson's gone with him, and Scott Edgar back to 4th place. So to 5th place, I should say. So Scott Edgar, a mistake there, and drops back a couple of positions. Of course, Josh Larkin had got back through at the exit of the banking on the previous lap, but it's now Stephen Richardson that's made his way into 4th place as well. We've got 6 minutes of the race left to go in this second race of the day here at Anglesey Circuit for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Jack Dwayne with a convincing lead over Jack Kingsbury, with an even bigger gap back to third place, Josh Larkin now. And Larkin a bit more comfortable than he was a lap or so ago in that position. Stephen Richardson it is now in 4th. 5th, Edgar. 6th is number 77, Andrew Harding, and Jason Pelosi badgering him in 7th place. So Dwayne coming through, 10 minutes on the clock. In the number 11 car, the driver from Lincoln. JDC Vehicle Sales livery on the side of the car. Jack Kingsbury with the Kingsbury Motorsport, the family team. Livery on the side of his car. And Josh Larkin in the Deranged Motorsport entry in 3rd place, number 13. So into the final third of the race now. Top 2 positions look to be reasonably settled. Having a look at what's going on further back. The closest scrap looks to be for 6th at the moment. That is between number 77, Andrew Harding. He's got number 14, Jason Pelosi, behind him. Then you've got Christopher Keir, 22, and Darren Ransom, number 30, not too far behind either. And Pelosi, as he's done on a few occasions already, is going to the right-hand side of Harding this time. He's got the car fully alongside into the braking area for Rocket. this time on lap number 8. And I think he might have the ability to stick that out on the inside for the second part of the corner. So we'll see when they come back into our sights whether Jason Pelosi's been able to get up into the top 6. Jack Dwayne, meanwhile, is coming through to complete his 8th lap, putting out a big lead over Jack Kingsbury here. And yes, Jason Pelosi has made the move on Andrew Harding, and Harding might lose another position here. Yes, he does, because the 22 car goes through at the corkscrew. That's Christopher Kia. So 2 places lost for Andrew Harding. He's back down to 8th place now. Pelosi up inside the top 6. Darren Ransom in number 30 with a Norris Cross on the back of his car. He has a look up the inside of Harding as well as they go into target, but unfortunately he had a bit of a moment, did Ransom, and had to back out of the manoeuvre. He's still there though in 9th place. No sign of the lap times improving again. Still in the 127s and 128s for the leaders compared to the 125s and 6s that we had in the first part of the race. I'd venture to suggest that our podium now is settled, with probably just one more lap to go at the end of this one, maybe 2. And that should be number 11, Jack Dwayne, from number 3, Jack Kingsbury, and 13, Josh Larkin. Dwayne still looking for this first victory of 2021 in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182s, but he's 6 seconds or more clear now of Jack Kingsbury. Kingsbury has realised that I don't think he can take the fight to Dwayne, at least in these conditions. Maybe in dry weather, which we're expecting tomorrow, it could be a different story. So they've gone across the line. 6.29 seconds between them now. No last lap board just yet, so it's still 2 laps to go here. Josh Larkin in 3rd, Stephen Richardson in 4th. And Andrew Harding's dropped back still further now, because not only has he been passed by Darren Ransom, but Justin Griffiths has got through as well. And Chris Lawrence, I think, is trying to edge Harding out of the top 10 completely as they go into the banking this time. He was 6th only a lap or so ago, and I think he's lost that place now to number 56, Chris Lawrence, who goes up inside the top 10. Andrew Harding, just wonder if he's got a problem with the car. It's not quite as speedy as that of Lawrence as he heads towards Church Corner. So I'm wondering if all is not quite well with Andrew Harding's number 77 car at the moment. Jack Kingsbury in number 11 is at the highest point of the circuit at the moment, up there at Peel. He's heading back down into our view now at the corkscrew. No other cars around him. Traffic isn't going to come into play in this race. He's going to get the last lap board this time because the time has ticked to 14.5 minutes on the clock. Over the line goes Dwayne. And over the line now goes Kingsbury. And that gap between them is 6.04 seconds. So it's come down a smidge on the last lap. Meanwhile, a bit further back, Jason Pelosi has Christopher Keir all over the back of him. That's for 6th and 7th places, as they go on to their final lap as well. So Jack Dwayne up at Rocket for the final time in this race. He'll get 36 points for his win here, assuming he holds on to the fastest lap, which he should do because conditions have deteriorated since the start of the race. So he'll get 36. Jack Kingsbury will get 32. The gap that was 18 points will become a gap of 14 points. So another couple of results like this, and that gap will come down to about 6 points. So they'll be pretty close, especially once drop scores are taken into account. But Jack Dwayne coming out of the final corner. And the checkered flag goes out, and he wins round 8 of the 2021 K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Victory then to Jack Dwayne. Second place to Jack Kingsbury, 6.5 seconds between them. Third was number 13, Josh Larkin. Fourth, number 7, Stephen Richardson. He's pleased with that, banging the roof of his car as he goes across the line. Fifth, number 21, Scott Edgar. Sixth, number 14, Jason Pelosi. Seventh, number 22, Christopher Keir. Eighth, number 30, Darren Ransom. Ninth was 56, Chris Lawrence. And Justin Griffiths, number 55, running out the top tenner. Half-powered Andrew Harding comes across the line in 11th, number 77. Ross Borman, number 66, takes 12th. And we should have 3 more cars coming through. 80, Christopher Noah. And just a couple more to take the checkered flag. 46, I think, is going to be Jamie Flynn. And in fact, it's going to be 26, Gareth Tansey, that's got ahead of Jamie Flynn on the final lap. So 26, Gareth Tansey is going to take 14th, and Jamie Flynn, I presume, has had a spin or something on the final lap. He is the 15th and final finisher. Well, that's all of the racing for this morning here at Anglesey Circuit. The time now around about 12:50, and I can tell you that racing is due to get back underway today at 1:55. So just over an hour from now, racing back underway at 1:55. And that race will be for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. They also have a triple header this weekend. Also this afternoon, we'll have racing for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, Protec Shock Sports Specials, the Heritage Parts Centre Formula V Championship, Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000. Then we've got the second race of the day for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Low costs and the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy will round out the day. But for the moment, it's the lunch break. Racing back away at 1:55. If you're at the circuit, though, it's don't forget the chance to have lunch in the cafeteria, and there'll be meals served there all the way through until 9 o'clock this evening. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and racing shortly to get underway after the lunch break here at Anglesey Circuit. This race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club, with 8 races left to come during the course of this afternoon. There's another, what have we got, 13 tomorrow as well. A busy weekend of racing organised by the 750 Motor Club. Before lunch, we had races for the Type R Trophy, won by Luke Rosewell, and the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship, won by Jack Twain, both of them winning for the first time this season. So this afternoon, we've got races for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, the Protec Shock Sports Specials Championship, the Heritage Parts Centre Formula Vs, the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000s, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy having its second race of the weekend, and then rounding out the weekend, it's the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship and the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy. The cars heading onto the circuit now for their first race of the weekend, first of 3 races this weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Let's give you the grid for this one. On the front row, it's going to be 58 and 71. 58, Mike Comber, and 71, Ben Short. The second row, 93 and treble 7. 93, Ben Abbott, and treble 7, Courtney Milnes. The third row, 54 and 1. 54, Marcus Bailey, and 1, Ben Hansey. Row 4, 92 and 14, 92 Jordan Johnson and 14 Lloyd Huggins. Row 5 is 230 and 22, 230 is Tom Holland and 22 Adrian Johnson. Row 6, 72 and 21, 72 Matthew Short and 21 Matthew Panafather Neal. Row 7 is 9 and 96, 9 Ian Tomlinson and 96 Sam Moody. Row 8, 11 and 67, 11 Stephen Robinson and 67 David Abbott. On the 9th row, 47 and 13, 47 Stephen Craggs and 13 James McCann. The 10th row, 90 and 111, 90 Andrew Robinson and 111 Tim Gray. On row 11, it's 46 and 91, 46 Nico Favreau and 91 Steve Quenby. The 12th row, 7 and 53, 7 William Pickard and 53 Stephen Reed. Row 13, 70 and 29, 70 is Jeremy Rivers Fletcher and 29 Mary Barnard. And row 14 is number 98, Alex Lewington. So one of the biggest grids of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, sponsored by Switch. And 27 cars we have on the grid then for the first of 3 races this weekend, rounds 11, 12 and 13 of the season. And coming into this weekend, Ben Short leading the championship after drop scores have been taken into account. He's on 706 points. Mike Comber, 682. He didn't do the last meeting at Cadwell Park. Ben Hansey, 671. Ben Abbott, 666. And Marcus Bailey, 649. And it's all fairly tightly bunched thereafter. In terms of the number of race wins so far this season, well, it's been dominated by Ben Short. He's won 8 races out of 10 that we've had so far. The other victories having gone to Mike Comber. That was at Donington Park in the opening meeting of the season. And Tom Roach, the multiple MX5 champion in various different championships. He had a win at Croft when he made a guest appearance. But it's Mike Comber making his return, having missed the Croft meeting. That's on pole position in the white and red machine. On pole position, it's the white car with the red roll cage for Ben Short. As the lights go out for 15 minutes of racing, purple car of Ben Abbott and the black car of Courtney Milnes on the second row of the grid. But it's Mike Comber, I think, that's going to have the lead into target for the first time in car 58. Ben Short in second place at the moment in car number 1. They disappear out of my view briefly as they turn their way through the banking, and the 2 leaders more or less overlapping when they came back into my view, but it is Comber that's got the advantage at the moment then. Short in third, Ben Abbott fourth, Courtney Milnes fifth, Ben Abbott third, Courtney Milnes fourth, I should say, so grid order being maintained at the moment. But Ben Short there a little bit out of shape as he went through Church Corner, and that's allowed Ben Abbott to pick up the toe, but Short now picks up the toe from the race leader Comber as they head up towards the left-hander at Rocket for the first time. A bit further back, one of them is a bit later on the brakes. That's Ben Hansey. It's good enough for 4th place, though. It gets past Courtney Milnes, the double champion Ben Hansey from a couple of years ago. So he moves up into the lead, up into 4th place, I should say, of this race on the opening lap of a 15-minute encounter. Ben Hansey, the champion last year, and also in 2019, of course. Ben Short, a champion in 2017 in these cars. He wears the number 71 on his car this year. Ben Hansey with the number 1. Over the line to complete the first lap, and it is Mike Comber leading, then number 58 by about 0.6 of a second from number 71, Ben Short. In third place, 93, Ben Abbott, and then Ben Hansey in fourth spot, having made that place at Rocket on lap 1. So back into my side, so they've come out of the banking now, and it's Comber continuing to lead the way from Ben Short, number 71. Then it's the 93 car of Ben Abbott. Wipers working on these cars as rain just falling again. It's been falling over the lunch break and has never really abated. I think it's going to be a showery kind of afternoon here at Anglesey Circuit. Certainly the top 4 have pulled clear of the rest now. You've got Courtney Milnes, the best of the rest, in 5th, with Marcus Bailey just behind her, and Jordan Johnson in 7th place at the moment as they turn their way through the second part of Rocket and then up to Peel. Tight second gear right-hander. Then they drop down with, in good weather, the fantastic view over the mountains as they head into the corkscrew. So Comber still leads, Short second, Abbott third, and Hansey fourth. Bit further back, some side-by-side action I can see, and that involved, I think, Tom Holland, 2:30. He's just got ahead of 14 Lloyd Huggins now for 8th position. Bit further back still, you've got Ian Tomlinson down in 13th at the moment. A bit further back than we normally see him. He's fighting back, though, up the inside of David Abbott into target that time. So we're on lap 3 of this Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club race. There's one car that's gone a very long way off at target, and it's actually going to rejoin the circuit just before church. And it may have made up some places in doing all of that. I'm just going to try and identify the number of that car as it comes a little bit closer towards me. It is the number 13 car of James McCann, and he's actually slotted back in one place ahead of where he was, Stephen Craggs, but he did miss out about 300 yards of the circuit. So I think he'll be that will be treated as a transgression there if the officials have noticed that one. Certainly a serious breach of track limits, and he did get an unfair advantage because of it. Leaders are back with us then on lap number 3. And it's still the same leader, 58, Mike Comber, the driver from Leicestershire, out in front of the Wiltshire driver, number 71, Ben Short, who's won 80% of the races so far this season. Then Ben Abbott, who's been a force to be reckoned with this season, 4th in the championship coming into this weekend, just 5 points behind his namesake, Ben Hansey, who's just behind him on track at the moment now in the number 1 car. And Hansey no longer behind him because he was alongside through the banking. He's just had to slot back in behind Ben Abbott, though, as they come out of that hairpin. And that little battle between them has caused them to fall further back now from the top 2. Top 2 being number 58, Mike Comber, and number 71, Ben Short, still as they climb their way up towards the left-hander at Rocket. Short this time has his car on the inside into the left-hander, but can do nothing about it. Best lap of the race so far looks to have gone to Ben Short, actually, in 2nd place with a 129.14. Compared to qualifying, it's a little bit quicker. 130.54 was Ben's time in qualifying. But Mike Comber did a 129.51 to get pole position. So maybe track conditions marginally better than they were for this particular qualifying session this morning. And Short now, as they go on to lap 4, looks up the inside, onto lap 5, I should say, looks up the inside into target, but he can't find a way through. So there's 2 tenths between Comber, number 58, and Short, number 71, but then there's 2 seconds or so back to Ben Abbott in third place, number 93. Fourth is number 1, Ben Hansey. Fifth is the treble 7 car of Courtney Milnes. In sixth place, it's number 54, Marcus Bailey. Seventh is number 92, Jordan Johnson. Tom Holland, 230, is eighth. Lloyd Huggins, number 14, is in ninth position. And rounding out the top 10 is number 72, Matthew Short. 2 leaders go side by side past the school building up towards Rocket. And Short has the inside line here. And it looks like he's going to take the lead. Yes, he does. On the way into Rocket on lap number 5, Ben Short takes the lead of the race. Will he hold on to that, though? Mike Comber. He's won many an MX5 race in his own right, and a former low-cost champion as well, I think he was, Mike Comber. Also with the 750 Motor Club, but he's not been able to get back ahead of Ben Short here. So Short, number 71, still leading as they come through the corkscrew on lap 5. And as they've now been dicing, I think it possibly has brought Ben Abbott and Ben Hansey a little bit closer to the 2 leaders again. We'll have a look at the times as they come across the line. That time through, it's the 2 leaders in the 130s, but Ben Abbott and Ben Hansey is both in the 129. So the gap has narrowed slightly between second and third this time. Still the best lap of the race to Ben Short on a 129.14, though. Halfway through this race now. So 5 laps gone. On venture, though, it's probably going to be 5 more laps to go, including the one that they're on now. Wipers going on certainly the first 2 cars, not though on Ben Abbott's car in third place. It's a great field of almost 30 Mark 1 1600cc MX5s. Cars from around about 30 years ago now. So they are modern classics, really. Good battles going on further down. It looked like Tom Holland there was trying to make a move on Jordan Johnson for 7th going to Rocket. As yet unsuccessful. Leaders back towards us once again, and it's still Ben Short leading from Mike Comber, Ben Abbott and Ben Hansey. The gap back to Courtney Milnes. She's still there in 5th place in the treble 7 car. Marcus Bailey in 6th. Nice little battle going on for 9th and 10th now as well. That's between number 14, Lloyd Huggins, and 72, which is Matthew Short, Ben's father. And they've got clear track between them and the 11th place driver, which is number 22, Adrian Johnson, Jordan Johnson's father. Top 3 all in the 1 minute 29s that time through. Ben Hansey, the exception. He was a high 1 minute 30, so he's dropped off the back of Ben Abbott now a little bit. He's about a second and a half or so behind Abbott, so he's got a bit of work to do to get back on terms. Up to the left-hander they go at Rocket once again. I think traffic might start to come into play before the end of this race. Some of the slower cars just still coming over the line now to complete their lap. So I think there's a good chance that some of them might get caught in the remaining 5 minutes, including the likes of number 29 at the back of the field, Mary Barnard. Leaders are back at the corkscrew. And this time I think Comber's a bit closer to Ben Short than he was a lap ago. 0.77 seconds was the gap. Let's have a look at it now as they come up and over the line once again. It has come down fractionally to 0.72 seconds. Ben Abbott, though, in 3rd place, has just done his personal best lap. He's taken half a second out of the 2 leaders, so he's got that gap down to just over a second now between Comber in 2nd, number 58, and Ben Abbott in 3rd, number 93. Jordan Johnson and Lloyd Huggins a bit further back, also improving their lap times on the previous lap. Now the top 3 are pretty much equidistant as they turn their way through Church Corner. If anything, Comber is slipping away from Ben Short now and falling into the clutches of Ben Abbott. So Comber's got to be mindful of Abbott lying in wait. This is the first of 3 races this weekend for these cars. They're out again tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon as well. Fantastic budget racing for the 5 Club MX5 Cup. Very affordable way of going racing, and appeals to experienced drivers and newcomers alike. And certainly the likes of Ben Short and Mike Comber, very experienced. They run teams, both of them, for other drivers as well in this and other championships. BS Motorsport for Ben Short, MCR for Mike Comber. 8 laps completed now. There'll be 2 more laps to go, I should think, before the end of this race. And 0.85 seconds now, the difference between Ben Short and Mike Comber. So it has gone out a little bit that time. But that time, actually, Ben Abbott was a bit slower than Comber. So he's no closer than he was a lap ago. Matthew Short in 9th place has got ahead of Lloyd Huggins now for the final, who's now in the final position inside the top 10. And a good scrap going on for 5th, 6th and 7th. That's Marcus Bailey, 54, Jordan Johnson, 92, and Thomas Holland in the 230 car. There, 3 of them are right together now as they head through Church Corner, disputing 6th position. Thomas Holland here in the tow of Jordan Johnson. Is he going to be able to make a move on the way up into Rocket, I wonder? Looks to the right-hand side of the circuit. Gets the car alongside. Fully alongside. I think he's got his nose ahead. I think he might be able to seal that move as they head through the second part of the corner and through Peel. Meanwhile, the leaders are coming through. The last lap board is being prepared. It's going to go out this time to Ben Short, who's looking good for yet another victory this season. It would be his 9th of the year. He's half a second clear of Mike Comber, so the gap's come down a little bit that time. Ben Abbott still there in 3rd, and Ben Hansey 4th, who's just been slipping away from the top 3 as this race has gone on. That battle, though, for 6th, I beg your pardon, comes over the line. Bailey, Johnson and Holland still in that order. That's the one where we think there could be a change on this final lap. Having said that, Comber is now a good deal close to Ben Short as they head along the back stretch, along the coastline of this Anglesey Circuit, past the school building. I don't think Comber's going to be quite close enough as they head into the braking air for Rocket to make a move without it being a very high risk one. He does try and stick his car up the inside, though, at the apex of the corner, but he doesn't get through. Short wise to it, and Ben Short hangs on to the lead, and he looks good here for his 9th win of the season in the 5 Club MX5 Cup. They're not quite going to get involved in these back markers, as it turns out, so there'll be no lappery. Mary Barnard et al. Can complete the full race distance, which will be 10 laps, but the leaders over the curb at the apex of the corkscrew, the right-hand element of the corner. It's Short that's in the lead. Can Comber get a better run out of the final turn? No, he can't. So the checkered flag goes out now, and Ben Short wins for the 9th time this season, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. He's done it by just over half a second from number 58, Mike Comber. Number 93, Ben Abbott, was 3rd. In 4th place, number 1, Ben Hansey. Courtney Milne's had a lonely race in the end to 5th. Who's going to be 6th, though? It looks like they're all still in the same order, so it's going to be number 54, Marcus Bailey, but only by half a car length from 92, Jordan Johnson. And the 230 car of Thomas Holland was there in 8th position, 600ths of a second between Bailey and Johnson at the timing line. Matthew Short, number 72, was 9th. Number 14, Lloyd Huggins, was 10th. Adrian Johnson is going to come across the line in 11th place, number 22. 12th to number 9, Ian Tomlinson. 13th will be number 21, which is Matthew Pennefather-Neal. 14th to number 47, Stephen Craggs. 15th is going to be number 13, James McCann, after his off in the early part of the race. Then it's 96, Sam Moody. 111, Tim Gray. 67, David Abbott, who's dropped back a bit, I think, during that race. 11, Stephen Robinson is going to take 19th and 20th position is going to go the way, I think, of number 7, which is William Pickard, but he's got 2 cars right behind him. That's the number 90, which is Andrew Robinson, and 46 as well, which is Nico Favo. And final few cars coming across the line, you've got 91, Steve Quemby, and the last quartet who've had a great little scrap all the way through. 53, Stephen Reed, 70, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, 98, Alex Lewington, and 29, with the novice cross on the back of her car, Mary Barnard. So 2 more races to go during the course of this weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Both of those take place tomorrow. But in the meantime, we'll turn our attention in a moment to race number 4 on the programme, which is the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. So the cars being released out of the assembly area onto the circuit for the 4th race of the weekend, which is the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. And the grid for this, set by the times in qualifying this morning, is going to line up as follows. On the front row, it's 63 and 2. 63, Dave Hodkin, and 2, Mark Glover. The second row, 77 and 1. 77, Bill Cowley, and 1, Peter Bove. The third row, 11 and 7. 11, Raymond Barley, and 7, Steve Boother. Row 4, 4 and 39. 4, Chris Goff, and 39, Matthew Unwin. Row 5, 9 and 3. 9, Richard Jenkins, and 3, Andrew Kemp, but Andrew Kemp is not there. Row 6, 99 and 28. Andrew Kemp is now appearing from the assembly area. 99 and 28 on row 6. 99, Dave Robson, and 28, Alan Bunter. On the 7th row, 19 and 10. 19, Andrew Gent, and 10, Rod Hill. And number 8, William Smith, will be at the back of the grid. Yes, the number 3 car of Andrew Kemp just coming out onto the grid. He's going to have to pick his way through through a few cars in order to take up his grid slot. So they get a green flag lap, these cars. So ordinarily they run on slick tyres, but on this occasion I suspect that most of them are on wet weather tyres because it is still very damp out there. The green flag lap gets underway now. So the story of the season so far, well, it's Mick Harris that leads the championship coming into this weekend, although he's not here. It's a long trek up for him from the southeast of the country. So Mick Harris not here. That's going to give a chance for the two drivers that are only 2 points behind him and level on points to maybe make hay. That's Chris Goff, who's on 104, and Peter Bove also on 104. And Goff lines up 7th today, and Bove lines up 4th. Raymond Barley 4th in the points, Andrew Kemp 5th. Really, the drivers that fill the first 3 places not really showing in the championship so far. Dave Hodkin, he has not yet had a finish this season. He was at Cadwell Park last time out. He was very quick, but the car, alas, unreliable. And the HRD Mark II, which is about 2 years old now, this car, still a work in progress. Hoping for better fortunes this weekend. It did go well in the wet at Snetterton at the end of last season, though. Had a couple of wins there. Mark Glover next to him on the grid. Well, he's the double champion. He missed out last year to Peter Bove. He's only 6th in the championship at this stage, and that's because he didn't pick up any points from Cadwell Park. He had a conrod failure on the not even the warming up lap, but on the lap, the half a lap out of the assembly area at Cadwell Park to the grid. So he wasn't able to take part in either of the races there, unfortunately. He's had to put a different engine in for this weekend, has Mark Glover. He said it's putting out a little bit too much blue smoke for his liking, but it seems to be reasonably quick in a straight line. And then the third car on the grid today is Bill Cowley. Well, Bill actually won the 2 races last time out at Cadwell Park, but he missed the opening meeting of the season. And hence he's back in 7th place in the points coming into this weekend, having returned to the championship this year, having had 2 or 3 years away. So we should have 15 cars on the grid, not quite as many as we've seen for the past couple of meetings, but it's a long way for a lot of the drivers to get here to Anglesey, and it is a rearranged date as well. So I think it has caused a problem with holidays for some drivers as well. But still, 15 cars should provide us with some very good entertainment. For the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, the red lights go on and they go out for 15 minutes of racing. Good start there by Mark Glover from the outside of the front row, and he's going to get the lead into the first corner. Away from the pole position driver, Dave Hodkin, but we do think that side of the circuit where Mark Glover's starting, which is more the racing line, does have a bit more grip, and Hodkin has dropped well back to about 5th place at the banking, in fact. So Bove has gone through to 2nd. It's going to be Bill Cowley 3rd through Church Corner, and Raymond Barley 4th, and Hodkin already trying to fight back here. He's got past Ian Barley now. Can he get past Bill Cowley as well as they run up the hill? No, I think Bill Cowley's got the legs on him up that faster part of the circuit. But Hodkin, a scrappy first couple of corners then. Champion about 8 years ago now in the HRD Mark I. This is a new car, an evolution of that. Let's see what he can do. Can he fight his way back up the order here? 4th when he left our site. And he's still 4th now, with Mark Glover having quite a convincing lead at this stage in car number 2. 2nd at the moment is number 1, Peter Bove. In 3rd place, it's 77, Bill Cowley, and Dave Hodkin almost getting into the back of Bill Cowley. They're carrying more speed through the corkscrew. Had to get on the brakes again. He's having another go into the target, and sadly, they've made contact. Hodkin and Cowley. Cowley spins around. I think everyone else manages to avoid them, though, but there was contact there between Hodkin and Cowley at target. Let's see who comes out of all of that. And we've got yellow flag still waving there. So it's Glover leading, Bove in 2nd. And 3rd now is Steve Boother. So he was 6th, Steve Boother. He's come through in 3rd place. 4th is Chris Goff. So it has involved, I think, Ray Barley as well. He's not come through. So Raymond Barley has managed to get himself involved in that. His car is stationary at the exit of the banking. Bill Cowley is going slowly through church, but he's not going to complete another lap, I don't think. But unfortunately, there a contact between Dave Hodkin and Bill Cowley has caused some disruption here to the running order. We've got yellow flags up at Rocket as well, or at Peel, I should say, because it's the exit of Rocket. We'll try and work out what's going on there. And it's Peter Bove that's appeared in the lead. Peter Bove now appears in the lead. So something has happened to Mark Glover up at Peel Corner. We'll find out what's gone on there. So Peter Bove takes the lead. Bill Cowley's out of his car now, just looking at the damage to the side of the car. He's very unhappy with what's gone on as he throws his gloves down into the cockpit of the car. So at the end of lap 2, it's now number 1, Peter Bove leading by 7 seconds from number 7, Steve Booth in second place. In third place is number 4, Chris Goff. So the two drivers that were just 2 points behind Mick Harris in the championship are now first and third, having started 4th and 7th. And so this is looking like it's going to work out very well for them as far as the championship's concerned. I'm sure Chris Goff will fancy his chances of getting past Steve Boother as well. Steve Boother, number 7 in the Derby Mark 5. Chris Goff there in his CGR2 Evo, the man from Telford in Shropshire. And then you've got 3 cars together for 4th position, all right together. And it looks like there's a change in the order there as well. We'll pick it up in a minute. It looks like it's Andrew Kemp, Richard Jenkins and Matthew Unwin that are right together there. But we've lost a few cars already in this race. Hopefully they'll be fixed for tomorrow. Bill Cowley, Dave Hodkin, Raymond Barley and Mark Glover. Glover certainly unrelated to the first 3 that I just mentioned. Here comes Peter Bove then through to complete the 3rd lap of the race now. Car number 1. And he's a long way clear of the rest. It's Steve Boother, number 7, and Chris Goff, number 4, right together now for 2nd and 3rd position. And the gap between them is just 0.6 of a second. They lapped in almost identical lap times that time around. Richard Jenkins, it is next up in 4th place now, number 9. So he's had a change around there. Number 3, Andrew Kemp is 5th. Matthew Unwin, number 39, is 6th. And then Dave Robson. Toby Erdwin, it's his last season of racing in 750 Formula. He's there, the former champion in 7th place, number 99. 8th is number 28, Alan Bunter. 9th is number 8, William Smith. 10th is number 19, Andrew Jensen. Then 11th is Rod Hill. And he's the last car circulating still, number 10, in what's been an attritional race part 750 Formula Championship race so far. 2nd and 3rd are side by side up into Rocket once again. And it looks like Chris Goff's got the move done. Yes, he has. So Chris Goff up to 2nd, past Steve Boother on lap 4 at Rocket. So he's still going to be about 10 seconds behind, if not more behind, Peter Bove, though, who's heading down here in his Derby. 5-time champion in 750 Formula, most recently last season. It's a car that has also won the championship in the hands of Robin Gearing as well a few years ago. Peter Bove has been racing in a different Derby in recent seasons. And his lead now is 14.5 seconds. He's done a 1:26.67, which is the best lap of the race so far. Best lap in qualifying for Dave Hodkin was a 1:21.92. And for Bove was a 1:23.98. So conditions not quite what they were this morning for these cars. Goff and Booth are there in 2nd and 3rd positions. Jenkins in 4th, and actually a little bit faster than the 2 drivers in front of him. He's about 4 seconds behind, though. But watch out for Richard Jenkins, the former low-cost racer, number 9 in the X-Max Shepherd, chasing after the 2 cars in 2nd and 3rd position. Good scrap still going on between cars 3 and 39. Those are the 2 race kits cars of Andrew Kemp and Matthew Unwin, respectively, the 2 dark blue cars. But it's the orange Derby of Peter Bove that leads the way into the final corner. He comes to complete lap number 5. And that's taken him just under half of the allocated race time, 7 minutes and 20 seconds gone as he crossed the line. So it's probably going to be an 11-lap race for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, which might play into the hands of someone like Richard Jenkins, who's trying to close down the 2 cars ahead of him. Let's have a look at their respective lap times once again. So it's Goff in number 4, Boother in number 7. They both are in the high 130s, but it's a low 129 for Richard Jenkins, a 129.35, and the gap now between Boother in 3rd, number 7, and Jenkins in 4th, number 9, is down to less than 3 seconds. Fastest lap, though, still with Peter Bove on a 126.67. "17 seconds or so the lead, though, for Peter Bove as things stand. Reminder that we've lost Mark Glove. I think he's got probably a mechanical issue, I think, up at the top of the circuit. And we had contact at the start of the second lap between Dave Hodgkin and Bill Cowley. That also caught up Raymond Barley as well. So those 3 all retired. So we've had 4 retirements so far from this race as of 15 that started. That all happened on lap 2 of the race. Lap 6 now completed by Peter Bove, who's just improved his lap time to 126.41. For context, the lap record for these cars in dry conditions is a 1 minute 12.56. And that's David Bartholomew in the PRS that has that lap record, the Pither Rothery Special. David also a former low-cost racer, like a few other drivers on the grid, such as Richard Jenkins in 4th position, and Mark Glover as well, in fact, the driver that's retired. And I can see now that Rod Hill's out of the race as well, because his car is parked up just behind the Raymond Barley car on the exit of the banking. So there'll be some work for the recovery crews to do after this race. At least 5 cars for them to collect, having had a relatively light workload in the earlier races already today. Now, Chris Goff from second place has spun. He's spun out of second place all by himself up at Rocket Corner. No pressure on him really from Steve Booth at that point in time. So he's lost the position. Now, has he lost 2 places here? I wonder if Richard Jenkins has been able to get through as well. We'll have a look as they come back down towards us. Peter Bove has come through to complete lap 7. Here comes the next group of cars, though. It is Boother, number 7, now up into 2nd place. And it is still Chris Goff in 3rd, with Richard Jenkins, number 9, in 4th position. So Jenkins wasn't quite close enough to be able to capitalise on that spin for Chris Goff up at Rocket Corner. Still the fight for 5th and 6th going on. That's between number 3, Andrew Kemp, and number 39, Matthew Unwin. And Dave Robson, number 99, in 7th position. Having a look then, I suppose now there is the possibility that Richard Jenkins might be able to catch Chris Goff for that podium position before the end. Steve Boother, by the way, on that last lap did his personal best lap of the race, a 127.89. So he was going rapidly anyway, in spite of that spin for the car ahead of him, Chris Goff. Is this another one in for the pits? Yes, it is, I'm afraid. Out of the race now is number 19. That's Andrew Gent from 10th position. So Andrew Gent into the pit lane. He's got some kind of mechanical issue and is out of the race. Meanwhile, I can see the recovery vehicles queuing up ready to do some work at the end of this race. 5 cars out on circuit will need collecting. Peter Bove has been through to complete lap number 8. There's 3 minutes or so left to go. Probably 3 laps to go, including the one he's just started. Steve Boother in 2nd, still number 7. 3rd is still number 4, Chris Goff. And 4th place is number 9, Richard Jenkins. And that time through, Goff was a little bit quicker than Jenkins, in fact. Neither were as fast as Boother, however. And Peter Bove was fastest of all of them with a 1:26.33. So he's improved his fastest lap of the race so far. In 750 Formula, there's no bonus point for fastest lap, as there is in the majority of the other categories that race with the 750 Motor Club. So it's just a matter of pride, really, rather than anything else. But if things stay this way, we'll see Peter Bove moving into the lead of the championship as he looks to defend his title, and Chris Goff will move into second place. And possibly Andrew Kemp will also move ahead of Mick Harris as well. Just need to check up on that. Josh Barrett, not with us this weekend, but he's back at home and he's going to be updating the point standings for me for tomorrow. So we'll see if Andrew Kemp, who's currently running in 5th place, does get ahead of Peter Bove in the points. Bove has been through again to complete 9 laps now. Another fastest lap of the race for him, a 1:26.08. Steve Booth is getting much further away from the 3rd and 4th place battle now. He's done another personal best, a 1:27.4. Goff crossed the line again. There's a 1:29.46 and Jenkins a 1:29.81. So it doesn't look as if there's going to be any change there. And Kemp in the race kits Merlin, Andrew Kemp number 3 and Matthew Woodman number 39 in the race kits Falcon both make their way through. And they're in 5th and 6th places. Alan Bunter's rear wing on the Shark has become deranged. So whether that's as a result of contact in the early stages of the race, I'm not quite sure, but he's still circulating in 8th place, and so too is William Smith in 9th. But he's going to be lapped, I think, now by Peter Bove. Bove, who's just gone on to his last lap of the race. This big lead over the rest of the field. Steve Booth is still there in 2nd place. He's just coming down through the corkscrew now. In the number 7 car, the Derby, then you've got the CGR and the Shepherd. So 2 Darvies, 1st and 2nd. The cars designed and built by the late Dick Harvey, who was so instrumental in the development of many cars in the 750 Formula down the years. Shepherd, the Shepherd of Jenkins getting across the line, and now to the 5th and 6th place cars of Andrew Kemp and Matthew Unwin. Unwin that time's done a personal best lap, by the way, to close the gap a little bit to Kemp. But Bove, who was 26 seconds ahead at the start of this final lap, it might be half a minute by the time he brings the car home. He's up at the top of the circuit now at Peel. He appears back into my sight over the horizon, down into the left, right, left at the corkscrew. And the checkered flag is going to be ready and waiting for him. So Peter Bove it is that gets his first victory of the 2021 campaign in the Race Part 750 Formula Championship in round 7. He takes a very convincing victory indeed. It was a slower final lap for him in actual fact, so it probably won't be a half-minute lead, half-minute victory. Steve Booth up. Well, this is going to be his best result. A 2nd place. He's had, I think, an 8th place finish as his best finish for this season. But Steve Booth in the Derby, number 7, takes 2nd place. 3rd place is going to go the way of number 4, and that is Chris Goff. In 4th place, number 9, Richard Jenkins. In 5th place, number 3, Andrew Kemp. And in 6th place, number 39, which is Matthew Unwin. Alan Bunter, I don't think he's going to make it to the end. He's just pulled off the circuit and is going to head back to the paddock. But I think he's had problems with his car. Certainly the wing was deranged on that. So I think Alan Bunter not going to be classified either. So 7th through is going to be number 99, Dave Robson. I think he'll be the last finisher, or certainly the last finisher on the lead lap anyway, Dave Robson. So that's the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. They are back out tomorrow morning. A little bit of clearing up to be done. Well, actually, quite a lot of clearing up to be done before the next race of the day, which is the Protec Shock Sport Specials Championship. Well, the next spectator event here at Anglesey Circuit is next weekend on Sunday and Monday. It's motorcycle racing, courtesy of Thundersport GB, and ticket prices are from £15. And you can get all the details on angleseycircuit.com on that one. Then there's more bike racing here the following weekend with the Classic Racing Motorcycle Club. That's over the 4th and 5th of September. Entry fee for that is from £10. And the Plop Enduro, the scooters, £10 to get in for that race on Saturday, the 11th of September. Next car racing here is over the weekend of the 25th and 26th of September, when the Classic Sports Car Club are here. All of the information, as I say, on angleseycircuit.com, the circuit website. So we have cars being recovered from the 750 Formula race. While that's being done, let's just take you through the grid for the Protect Shock Sport Specials. And again, a good field of cars assembled for this. I think we should have 25 of them on the grid. Let's tell you how they'll line up. The front row will be 64 and 17. 64, Anton Landon, and 17, Paul Boyd. The second row, 15 and 52. 15, Clive Hudson, and 52, Andrew Grant. The third row, 41 and 53. 41, Austin Greenway, and 53, Andy Hiley. On the fourth row, 8 and 30. 8, Rob Boston in the Mev Exocet, multiple Mazda champion, and 30, Stuart Thompson. The fifth row, 56 and 7. 56, Gary Goodyear, and 7, Stuart Much. The sixth row, 46 and 18. 46, Warren Vesey, and 18, Colin Benham. The seventh row, 38 and 44. 38, Bridget Smart, and 44, Marcus Roskill. The eighth row, 88 and 58. 88, Martin Buckland, and 58, Mickey Scott. The ninth row, 27 and 158. 27, Andrew Hayward, and 158, Brendan Dudley. The 10th row, 70 and 77. 70, Trevor Harbour, and 77, Brad Snow. On the 11th row, 72 and 10. 72, David Barrow, and 10, Nigel Brown. On row 12, 26 and 37. 26, Alan Robinson, and 37, Rob Lindsay. And on the 13th and final row, number 79, Sylvia Much. So we should have 25 cars on the grid, and they're out in the assembly area now. And they'll be brought onto the circuit shortly. Just having a look. There's still Rod Hill as no, it's Rowan Barrow's car, I think the one that's still to be recovered. Dave Hodgkin's car is currently being hauled up onto the low loader. That's pretty much done. But we've still got to get Rod Hill's car recovered. Bill Cowley pushed his back into the paddock. I've not seen Mark Glover's car come back yet, but I may have missed that. That's from the top of the circuit out of my view. So a few minutes it will be before we get this Sports Specials Championship race underway. We've got the marshals ready on the start line to greet them, but I don't think the cars will be released for a few moments yet. Championship-wise, Warren Vesey leads the championship on 69 points. He's one of the Class B drivers, and a reminder that the classes are based on a power to weight split. So Class A is for cars up to 340 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class B for cars of up to 270 brake horsepower per tonne. Class C is for the MEV MX 150Rs, the Mills Extreme Vehicles built machines, and they're not in contention for the overall championship. So yes, Warren Vesey leading Class B with 69 points. He leads the championship overall as well. From Anton Landon on 65 points. He's leading Class A. Andy Hiley has 64, another Class A driver. And then it's Steve Wells on 60, but he's not here at Anglesey this weekend. And then after that, it's Colin Benham with 50 and Brendan Dudley with 48, both of those Class B drivers. So that's how the championship shapes up at this stage. Had races so far this season at Silverstone on the National Circuit in April, at Donington Park in May, also on the National Circuit, and at Cadwell Park last month. So had 6 of the 12 rounds so far. I'm at the halfway point of the season. 2 here at Anglesey, 2 at Brands Hatch in September, and 2 at Snetterton. in October to round out the season for the Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship. And we've had lots of different winners so far. Martin Gambling struck first, winning at Silverstone. Anton Landon won the second of the races there. Paul Boyd won race 1 at Donington Park. And then race 2 saw Andy Hiley take victory. At Cadwell Park last time out, about 3 weeks ago, Paul Collingwood took race 1 and Andy Hiley took the second of the victories and thus became the first double victor during the course of this season. So that's the overall and Class A winners. Class B, Steve Wells won the opening 2 rounds of the championship at Silverstone. At Donington Park, they were shared between Brendan Dudley and Warren Vesey. And then Brendan Dudley won both of the races at Cadwell Park. And he beat Steve Wells on both occasions there. Whereas Warren Vesey, he's been very consistent. He's not yet been off the podium in his Fisher Fury. And consequently, he leads not only Class B, but the overall championship as well. So still some recovery work to be done. And once that's completed, we'll have the cars out on the circuit for the Protect Shocks Sport Specials Championship. So still a delay while the incident from the 750 Formula Championship race is cleared. We've got the remaining car at the banking now, almost on the back of the low loader to be brought back to the paddock. Not quite clear if the Mark Glover car has been recovered from the top of the hill or not, because that's out of my view. But hopefully coming towards the end of this recovery, and the Protect Shock Sport Special race will be able to get underway shortly. Well, the car's now heading out onto the circuit for the Protect Shock Sport Special Championship race, as the recovery work now being completed. The Raymond Barley car is being brought back into the pit lane on a low loader, I'm afraid. And that got caught up in the incident between Dave Hodkin and Bill Cowley down there at turn 1 on the second lap of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship race. So I've already given you the grid to remind you, though. It's number 64, Anton Landon, on pole position in the black and white Sienna. And next to him is number 17, Paul Boyd, in the yellow Eclipse SM1. Both of them have had a win this season. Second row, on the inside, you've got I guess that's a pale grey number 15 car of Clive Hudson in his Eclipse. And he finished third, I think it was, in the last meeting. He's had a third and a fourth in the last meeting. His first time back out for 3 years since a big accident at Mallory Park. And he's next to the 52 Caterham 7 of Andrew Grant. And then the third row, you've got 41, which is Austin Greenway in the Elite Pulse. Runs a sort of lime green colour these days. It was more of a lemon yellow, and it was in the hands of Eddie Ives, who built the car. And next to him is number 53, the champion for the last 2 years, Andy Hiley in the Kronos, and that's a noticeably bigger car than some of those around him on the grid, and more of a prototype type shape. You've got a few 7 type cars around him as well. So last few cars being brought into position. It's going to be a 15-minute race, no green flag lap for the sport specials. Race 5 of the day, shortly to get underway. Then the 1-minute board is shown. Now 30 seconds and 5 seconds. So watch for the red lights to go on, which they do. Out they go. Good start by Anton Landon from pole position, also by Andrew Grant in his Caterham from the second row of the grid. But it is Paul Boyd that managed to hold on second. Andy Hiley has made up a couple of places already. In fact, he's going to make up 3 places because he's up the inside of Grant as they head into the banking for the first time. Does he come out in third place? Yes, he does, just about. So it's Anton Landon that leads. In second place is Paul Boyd. Third is Andy Hiley, and fourth is Clive Hudson. Then it looks like it's the 30 car that is next up. That's Stuart Thompson in his MK Indy. He's in 5th place. That's the ex-Matthew Booth championship winning car from a few years ago. And one of them going quite, what is that? The Elite Pulse, possibly, of Austin Greenway. A few of them falling over each other up at Rocket, but I think everyone's continued. Leaders back down towards us then, and it's Anton Landon with a useful lead in the Sienna over Paul Boyd in 2nd, Andy Hiley 3rd, and Clive Hudson 4th as they head through the corkscrew for the first time. Stuart Thompson 5th. You can see who's leading Class B, and at the moment that looks to be the number 44 car, which is Marcus Roskill, who started 14th. He's got ahead of Andrew Grant. Grant's going to get back ahead of him now, though, I think, as they go into target. No. Roskill manages to hold on to the Class B lead for the moment, at least. So it's Landon leading by about 2 seconds at the end of the first lap from Boyd. Hudson is chasing after Hiley in 3rd position. And just looking at that battle for the Class B honours, well, they're behind Rob Boston, who's in 6th place overall in the MEV. So he's a Class C car. Then you've got the 2 Class B leaders together, 44, Marcus Roskill, and 52, which is the Andrew Grant car. Of course, 44, Marcus Roskill in the Silver Phoenix. Leaders up at Rocket once again. Anton Landon should still be ahead. Yes, he is. And I think he's extended his lead, in fact, over Paul Boyd as they come back into the corkscrew again for the 2nd time. Certainly the 3rd and 4th place cars are much closer together. That's number 53, Andy Hiley, and 15, Clive Hudson, as they make their way over the line once again. Yes, just less than half a second between those two, but Anton Landon extending his lead to half a second. Stuart Much in the 2nd of the MEVs getting stuck into the Class B battle. He's got himself between Marcus Roskill and Andrew Grant now. But for the lead, it's number 64, Anton Landon, looking for his 2nd victory of the year to add to one he had at Silverstone in April. 2nd is number 17, Clive Hudson. Paul Boyd, I should say. 3rd is number 53, Andy Hiley. 4th is number 15, that's Clive Hudson. And it's a long way back to 5th, which is at the moment Stuart Thompson, number 30. But then you've got 4 cars right together. You've got Rob Boston, Stuart Much, the 2 Class B leaders, and the Class B leaders changed once again, by the way. Marcus Roskill has got back through, and Austin Greenway and his Class A car has followed through as well. So Andrew Grant heading back down to 10th position and 2nd in Class B. But the leader back towards us once again is number 64, Anton Landon in the Sienna. And he has a seemingly well-handling car in these conditions. I say that because Paul Boyd's car looked a little bit twitchy as he got on the power coming out of the final turn. Andy Hiley still there in 3rd, unable to be passed, it would seem, by Clive Hudson, but those 2 lapping in similar lap times. Best lap of the race, though, has gone now to... No, actually still is with Anton Landon at 121.91, but that time Paul Boyd went fractionally better than he'd been before, so 121.95, but a little slower than Landon's best lap. Class C being led by Rob Boston, but only by 0.4 of a second. He's in 6th place overall now. And Class B by Andrew Grant, who's got back ahead of Marcus Roskill again, so they're having a great fight. Those 2 just making their way through, and they've been shuffled to the back of that group, which includes Austin Greenway and the 2 MEVs, the fastest of which belongs to, or is being driven by, Rob Boston, who's got back ahead of Austin Greenway now, and that's up into 7th place, I think. Leader back towards us again. So last time through, Boyd took a little bit of time out of Anton Landon. Has he done that again? Well, Landon's just in his best lap of the race, so 121.57. Boyd improves his personal best as well but it's slower than Landon, a 121.88. And third and fourth come over the line now, and they're lapping nearly 3 seconds slower. Number 53, Andy Hiley, and number 30, Stuart Thompson, which is really quite surprising because both of those very capable of winning races. Hiley, the champion for the last 2 years, but lapping 3 seconds slower than Landon and Boyd at the moment. Looks like Andrew Grant has put some daylight between himself and the rest. Stuart Thompson, though, in his MK Indy has dropped back to 10th place on that lap, so he may have had a moment out of our sight. Fantastic looking grid of cars for the Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship. For genuine production sport specials, kit cars, Caterhams, Westfields, and other one-off road-going two-seater specials as well. They have to run production car engines. Can be modified there, of course. As we've said, the two main classes are split on power to weight. Now, here comes Anton Landon again through to complete lap 5 of what's probably going to be an 11-lap race for these cars as conditions improve. He's gone faster again, a 121.16, but Paul Boyd that time gets the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 20.86. So the gap comes down between 64 Anton Landon and 17 Paul Boyd to just over 2.5 seconds now. And a challenge very much on for third and fourth that time because Clive Hudson, I think, is getting a bit fed up of sitting behind Andy Hiley. It's very big and wide Kronos. He's going to have a go around the outside into the banking, I think. He might find more grip there as it happens, but no, he can't get through. So Hiley hangs on, is still there in third place. So that's the way of the top 4. Class B still being led by Andrew Grant in 5th place overall now because he's ahead of Austin Greenway. So conditions coming to him in his Caterham, I would suggest, as the track dries out a little bit now. It's starting to feel a little bit warmer. Second in Class B is 44, Marcus Roskill. Brendan Dudley in the 158 Pro Comp has got himself to third within Class B. And the championship leader, Warren Vetty, number 46, is only 4th in Class B. And if it stays like that, it'll be the first time he's not been on the podium this year. Landon's come across the line again. And again, the gap has come down. And by another 10th or so, 2.38 seconds now, the gap between the top two. Let's have a look at the third and fourth place battle again. Clive Hudson carries good speed out of the final corner, but he can't, in spite of that, get past Andy Hiley, I'm afraid, from his point of view. Oh, and he's done it at the banking on lap number 6. Clive Hudson has gone past Andy Hiley. Now, we'll see if Hudson can start to get away from the Kronos. He's got, though, 15 seconds to make up on the top 2. So I don't think he's going to do that in the remaining 6 minutes of this race. That's all we've got left. The leaders are starting to get into the traffic as well. So this could cause problems. And I think certainly it has delayed Anton Landon there a little bit. The traffic, he's just got past the Porsche Spider lookalike of number 37, Rob Lindsay. As they go over the line, the gap's come down to 1.52 seconds. So Anton Landon slightly delayed in traffic that time. That's a real feature of these sports specials races because there is quite a disparity in lap times between the fastest and the slowest car. So it's 64 Anton Landon leading. Second is number 17, Paul Boyd. In third place is number 15, Clive Hudson, who's just done his personal best lap of the race there, 123.16. The first lap after he got past Andy Hiley, number 53, who's still in fourth position. In fifth place is number 52, Andrew Grant, and sixth is number 41, Austin Greenway. Among the Mavs, well, they're just coming across the line now. And it's number 7, Stuart Much now, that's ahead of number 8, Rob Boston, who I suggest has a problem with that car, just the way he looked to be driving it to me. He's ahead of the number 44 Marcus Roskill car in the 30 Stuart Thompson MK Indy at the moment. Looking back to the corkscrew and the leaders, well, Anton Landon's got another few cars to get past here, and he was 1.52 seconds to the good over Paul Boyd. I think that might have gone out a little bit, if anything, that time. Well, he's just done his best lap of the race, a 1 minute 20.92 while lapping traffic. And Paul Boyd that time was a little slower, so the gap's gone back out again to 1.59. So I think conditions certainly improving here. There's almost the makings of a dry line now on parts of the circuit. Hudson has just improved his lap time, so too has Andy Hiley. So each of the top four, apart from Boyd, who was really struggling with traffic there, going a bit faster on that 8th lap. 3 laps to go, including the one that they're on. It's looking like the overall victory is going to be between Anton Landon and Paul Boyd, but you suspect Anton Landon's in a good position here. And I think with Warren Vesey only 4th within his class at the moment, then I think this could mean that Anton Landon would take the overall lead of the championship going into tomorrow's race, which will be round 8 of the championship. Landon is just making his way through the corkscrew. He's about to lap the 46 car, which is Warren Vesey, the championship leader in his green Fisher Fury. So he's just done that now. So he's lapped everyone up to and including 13th position. But Boyd has really closed the gap now. It's down to 0.7 of a second with 2 laps to go. So Paul Boyd within striking distance of his second race victory of the season. He also has won 1 race this season. In his case, it was at Donington Park. Anton Landon won at Silverstone. But we'll see if we do get a late change. And actually, if Paul Boyd can win this, that might just stop the Anton Landon car and driver from taking the championship lead going into tomorrow's race, because I don't think then that there'd be enough points differential between what Landon would pick up for second and what Warren Vesey would pick up for 4th within his class to get the overall championship lead away. Landon is just coming up now to lap Gary Goodyear in number 56. He's in the ARL GTR, the driver from Penistone in South Yorkshire. And that car has just been lapped now. 0.6 of a second, meanwhile, the gap between the 2 leaders. So it's come down by another 10th. Paul Boyd reducing the fastest lap of the race to a 1:20.16. 8 seconds outside Clive Hudson's lap record, but the conditions still not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But now Boyd, as they are onto the penultimate lap of the race, very much within striking distance of Landon. And he's in the tow. He's going to the left-hand side of the circuit now as they go past the school building up towards the left-hander at the Rocket. He tucks back in behind, though, does Paul Boyd. At the apex, he's right with Landon, though. And they disappear tantalisingly out of our sight for 10 or 15 seconds as they navigate their way between the Rocket and Peel. But further back, Clive Hudson still there in 3rd place. He's not really been able to pull away too far from Andy Hiley. Leaders back down towards us. They're just about to lap Stuart Thompson, who's in 10th place in the MK Indy. That's how quick these cars are. And Landon really falling over Thompson that time. Blue flag's waving. They cross the line to start. Oh, in fact, the checkered flag goes out because it was right on the nose of 15 minutes. I thought they were going to get one more lap out of it. But right on the nose of 15 minutes as they crossed the line, it was 11 laps completed by Anton Landon, and he was 0.68 seconds clear of Paul Boyd. So well done to Anton Landon, his second victory of the season. Paul Boyd's second. 3rd place is going to go the way of number 15, Clive Hudson. 4th is number 53, which is Andy Hiley. Just acknowledges the flag, a little bit disappointed maybe with only a 4th place finish here. And then Andrew Grant should be well, he was going to say he should be fifth. He won't be fifth because fifth is going to go the way of Austin Greenway. But Andrew Grant in sixth place, number 52, does win his class in the Caterham. In seventh place, number 7, Stuart Much. Eighth to number 8, Rob Boston. Well, they're yet to come across the line. In fact, as a spinner right at the end. Oh, and just clattering into the pit wall, I'm afraid. Number 38, Bridget Smart in the Silver Phoenix. Not a heavy hit, so hopefully not too much damage. But she just lost it coming out of the final turn on a still greasy circuit. And she's not made it as far as the checkered flag. It's just clattering into the pit wall. And just the final couple of cars that are going to come through and take the checker flag, they are the Mevs. So it's going to be Stuart Much in number 7 that takes 7th place, 8th Rob Boston, 9th Stuart Thompson, and the 44 car of Marcus Roskill, second in Class B behind Andrew Grant, completes the top 10. I noticed, by the way, Warren Vesey fell back to 5th place in Class B in the end, behind the number 27 car of Andrew Hayward. So the championship leader finishing only 5th there. So we'll get confirmation of this, but Anton Landon, I think, will move into the overall lead of the championship as we go into tomorrow's race. Well, there's still another 5 races to come this afternoon, including the 90-minute race that will round out the day for the Gasshocks 116 trophy. But coming up next, we turn to single-seaters and the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. So Bridget Smart's car recovered. The cars for the Heritage Parts Centre Formula V Championship making their way out onto the circuit for their 15-minute race. And for them, it is round number 9, round 9 and 10 this weekend. There was no result in round 8, which was red flagged at Silverstone 2 weeks ago with no time to restart the race. But let's give you the grid for this one then. Pole position is number 1. That's James Harridge in the Maverick. And alongside him, number 2, Danny Hans. Second row, 92, Craig Pollard. And 94, Maurice Gloucester. 92 and 94 on row 2. Third row, 50 and 11, 50 Steve O and 11 Ben Cressy. The fourth row, 4 and 43, 4 Peter Studer and 43 Vaughan Jones. The fifth row, 41 and 60, 41 Andrew Cooper and 60 Tim Probert. The sixth row, 10 and 33, 10 Bill Garner and 33 Matt Harbert. Row 7, 44 and 12, that's Stephen Bailey and Craig Curran. The 13th row, 20 and 3, 20 Richard Rainbow and 3 Ian Jordan. The 9th row, 16 and 27, 16 James Madden and 27 Alan Robinson. The 10th row, 7 and 31, 7 Richard Walsh and 31 Martin Snarey. The 11th row, 80 and 6, 80 Peter Can and 6 Simon Livesley. Row 12, 28 and 59, 28 Sam Engineer and 59 Chris Wilshire. And then it's Phil Waterhouse, number 66, and 13 Rachel Swain that should line up on the 13th and final row of the grid. So championship-wise, James Harridge leads the way on 161 points, with Craig Pollard second on 136 and Danny Hans third on 115. And in terms of victories, it's been pretty even between the three of them. Harridge 3, Pollard 2 and Hans 2. And had we had the second race at Silverstone, then it's likely that either Pollard or Hans would have won that one as well, because Harridge again had to go from the back of the grid after problems in qualifying there. He got back to 4th in race 1. So the car's off now on their green flag lap for final look at the conditions here, which will have changed since qualifying. What lap times were they doing in qualifying? They were doing 126s, which is really quite slow. Lap record for these cars is a 113.52. So pretty wet when these cars qualified. And now it's looking as bright as it has done all day. There's no rain at the moment. And so the track's starting to dry out. So conditions will be a little bit different to what these drivers had this morning. And that may have meant some compromises in terms of setup. They run on a treaded Who's Your tyre? Very hard-wearing and durable tyre it is too. These cars, of course, powered by the air-cooled 1300cc VW Beetle engine. And Formula V dates back to the late 1960s, created in the States, actually. Just a little bit before Formula Ford was inaugurated in the UK. But it's since 1980 that Formula V has been running with the 750 Motor Club. So more than 40 years. So Harridge is on pole position in his Maverick, and he was the champion last year, winning 7 out of the 8 races that we had in a shortened season due to COVID last season. And that was his first championship triumph. Graham Gant won it in 2019 and Craig Pollard in 2018. Danny Hans won it back in 2008. So the top 3 on the grid have all been champions at some point in the last 13 years. Hans out of Formula V for a long time. Came back a couple of years ago. Racing now in the AHS Dominator. It's the Maverick of James Harridge on pole position that James and his father built together. in their Hertfordshire base. 2 blue cars on the front of the black car with the blue livery of number 92, Craig Pollard. That's the Bears GAC. And 94. Next up is Morris Gloucester in the orange ex-Trigwell GAC. Last few cars coming into position. There are a few cars missing, I can see. Notably, it looks like, I think, yes, Ian Jordan has withdrawn. We'd heard about that one. So Ian Jordan, after an 11-hour trip from Kent, unfortunately not being able to race after issues in qualifying. Red lights go on for 15 minutes of racing in the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Lots of wheel spin by both drivers on the front row, but they do manage to, between them, hang on to the first 2 positions. It's Harwich ahead of Hans. Then it's Gloucester, I think, that's just slipped ahead of Craig Pollard and up into 3rd position at the moment. So they disappear from my sight, reappear now at the exit of the banking. And, yep, it is those 2. The 2 blue cars out front. Pollard, the driver from Suffolk, goes up on the inside of Gloucester to get 3rd place away. Steve O is trying to go around the outside of Morris Gloucester as well, but he can't make that work. So he stays 5th, and it looks like it's Pete Studer in 6th position in the TCR Challenger. Up towards the first corner they go. Rocket for the first time they go, and it was Harwich holding on from Hans. Back into sight. It's certainly still Harwich ahead. There is a spinner, though, at Rocket. I can see yellow flags still out. Yep, they're still out. I'm not sure who that is that's gone around there. But it is Harwich that's leading at the end of lap 1 from Hans in 2nd place. But Hans getting a good run into Target. And he can't get through. So it's Harwich that hangs on to the lead. It's Pollard in 3rd place. He's Paul's clear of Gloucester in 4th place. Steve O is 5th. Peter Studer in the TCR Challenger is 6th. Oh, and there's cars everywhere on the exit of the final turn, including number 6 having a moment there. That's Simon Livesley in his GAC. And also, I think that was Rachel Swain as well. Yes, it was Rachel Swain in her GAC as well. But they've both got going. There's one into the pit lane as well. That's number 27, Alan Robinson, the driver from Crew. He's out of the race by the looks of it. Leaders, though, are up at Rocket. It's 2 for the lead. Pollard's on his own in 3rd, but then 4 cars for 4th position. That's headed by Morris Gloucester. At the back of that group, you've got number 41, Andrew Cooper, the lawyer from Suffolk. So he's in 7th position at the moment. And be looking to improve on that. He's 8th in the championship coming into this weekend, which isn't really reflective of the pace that he's shown this season so far. So Harwich leading, Hans 2nd, and Pollard after that slow getaway will be keen to get on terms with these first 2 drivers. Pollard, company director from Suffolk, watches as Hans goes up the inside of Harwich into Target for the 3rd time, but again just has to back out of it right at the last moment. That time, Harwich and Hans both in the 122s. Pollard's a high 123, but the rest, 126s or above. So these conditions still proving quite challenging, even though things are a little bit less wet than they were in qualifying for the Formula V drivers. 15-minute race. We're working lap 3. And it's James Harwich and Danny Hans out in front. They were separated by less than 0.2 of a second as they crossed the line to complete lap 2. Change for 6th and 7th on the cards here because Andrew Cooper's gone past Pete Studer, driver from Norfolk, on the way into Rocket at that time. So Cooper, number 41, in the Alan Harding run gap, goes up into 6th position, the ex-Pitchford car. Leaders into the corkscrew for the 3rd time. And it is number 1, James Harwich, from number 2, Danny Hans. There's yellow flags, though, on the start and finish straight, and that's because the safety car is going out. Safety car is going out. It's going to pick up the leaders, I think. Yes, just about it does. So we've got a safety car. First time today. Hopefully everyone sees the flags and the boards all around the circuit. Now, what's the safety car for? Can't see anything at the bottom end of the circuit. So I think it must be something up at Rocket or Peel, which is out of our sight, that needs to be dealt with by the marshals or possibly the recovery truck. But for the moment, the race being neutralised. Safety car being called out onto the circuit. So heat will be dropping from the tyres. So we'll hopefully have as little as possible of this race behind the safety car. Of course, all the cars do get back into the queue. I suppose good news this for Craig Pollard. He was about 3 seconds or so behind the leaders. And possibly also for the next pack, lost at Owen and maybe Andrew Cooper, who'd made up one position just before the safety car. Maybe he'll be 6th and he'll be able to make more progress when the race resumes. At the moment, we've got 9 minutes left to go, but at the moment we're behind the safety car here at Anglesey in the 6th race of the day for the Heritage Parts Centre Formula V Championship. Before the safety car went out, best lap of the race had gone to Danny Hands, a 1:22.42. So that's 9 seconds outside Paul Smith's lap record, multiple champion. Paul Smith, he won the championship in 2012, 2013, 2015 and 2016. Martin Farmer won it in the year in between, 2014, to add to his triumphs in 2010 and 2011. Safety car lights still on. So there's going to be at least one more lap under caution conditions. Harridge leads the field over the line. We do, though, have one big train of cars. The last car over the line is the number 13 car of Rachel Swain, who had that spin. And number 7 has lost his nose cone somewhere along the way. That's Richard Walsh in the Spider. So he has had an incident somewhere out on track. Let's have a look, see what cars are missing from our running order. I think the only one that's missing is the car that's started towards the back, Phil Waterhouse in the Ferrari Tasso. I thought I did see that one in a little bit of strife on the opening lap. So maybe he came to a halt in a slight dangerous position. I think the safety car lights have gone out, which suggests that the marshals have got that car to a place of safety. So I think we'll get a restart at the beginning of lap 6. And that means, well, at this point we've got 7 minutes left to go. It might be about 6 minutes by the time the safety car pulls in, but we should still have time for probably 5 racing laps, I would think. Yeah, safety car lights are out. Plenty of daylight between him, the safety car, and James Harridge. Safety car is going to pull into the pit lane. We've got the green flags ready on the finish line, and green flags are waved, so the race gets back underway. It's a good, solid restart that by James Harridge. No particular messing about from him, and he was nearly a second ahead as they crossed the line. So Danny Hands not that close to him, and Craig Pollard 3rd, and Maurice Gloucester 4th, Steve-O 5th, and Andrew Cooper 6th as we go into the final 6 minutes of the race then. So Harridge, I think, really has used that to his advantage because his gap over Hands is much bigger than it was, and he's going away from him already as this first lap of the restart unwinds. I thought someone like Andrew Cooper might be able to make some places up here. Well, he's still there in 6th position. He's behind the number 50 AHS Dominator of Steve O. Yeah, that's still the case as they turn through Rocket that time. I just wasn't quite certain if that was still the case. They're out of my view for the moment. Leaders, though, coming back into it as they turn through the corkscrew. Green flags waving all around the circuit, of course, it being the first lap of racing. So it's number 1, James Harridge leading. Number 2, Danny Hans in 2nd place. And number 92, Craig Pollard, is in 3rd position. And the gap, well, actually, it's Danny Hans that's just done the best lap of the race, a 1:19.58. But all 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, first 7, 8, 9 drivers have all improved their lap times. So a couple more laps of the track drying out, and everyone's improved their lap times. Less than 5 minutes to go in this race. It's number 1, James Harridge, still leading from number 2, Danny Hans in 2nd place. And in 3rd position, it's number 92, Craig Pollard. They're a long way clear of the rest now. It's still Maurice Gloucester 4th, Steve O 5th, and Andrew Cooper in 6th place. And for 7th and 8th, it's side by side. Ben Cressy in the number 11 car, the Storm, the ex-Ben Meludi car. That's up a place now. He's gone past Peter Studer, the ex-Super Coupe racer, in his TCR. Team Carisbrook Racing, that stands for. Leaders back with us then, and Hans, I fancy, has just taken another little nibble at the back of James Harridge there. Gap was 0.85. It might be a little bit less than that now. Pollard trying to go with Hans, but struggling to do so. And over the line they go again to complete lap 7. Yes, 0.45 seconds now the gap. So it's halved that time. So Hans is closing in. (1:18.81), and he's right with James Harridge now. We've got a battle on our hands for the final few laps. Pollard's not quite able to go with him, although he did a personal best lap as well on the previous lap. He's about 1.5 seconds behind the 2 leaders now, but Hans in the toe of Harridge. He goes to the right-hand side of the circuit as they head up towards Rocket. It's the outside line. He's not able to make the move there. I think Harridge is going to have the ascendancy on him all the way through Rocket and Peel that time as well, but Harridge needs to be careful that he doesn't slow this up too much now, because if he does, it could bring Pollard into it for the final lap or so of the race. Coming about 1.5 seconds behind the first 2 in 3rd position. Harridge, as they reappear back at the corkscrew, is still ahead in number 1 in the Maverick from the AHS Dominator. Number 2, Danny Hans. And then 92, the Bears Motorsport GAC of Craig Pollard. Over the line again. What's the gap now? It's 0.2 seconds. And Pollard's done the best lap of the race now. 1:18.65. He's closing in on them as well. So I think we're going to have 2 more laps to go here. And it looks like we might have a 3-car fight for the victory by the end of this Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship race. It's still number 1, James Harridge leading from number 2, Danny Hans, and number 92, Craig Pollard. By the way, it's Maurice Gloucester, Steve O, Andrew Cooper, Ben Cressy and Peter Studer still in that order, with Matt Harbert and Tim Probert rounding out the top 10. But up at Rocket for the penultimate time in this race, it's still Harridge there. There is going to be traffic that's going to come into play, I think, before the end. Out of our sight, tantalisingly they go. I may have maligned Phil Waterhouse unfairly there and said that his car was off at Rocket, but it's just come past me now. So I think must have been another car stranded up at the top of the circuit earlier on. Here come the 3 leads, though, passing one of the back marks. I think that's the Richard Walsh car with its missing nose section. We have got 14 minutes gone. The last lap board does not go out. But I think we probably will find this is the last lap anyway. And now Harridge does the best lap of the race. So the time's tumbling here. 1:18.19, but just over a second covering the top 3 now. 0.45 seconds between Harwich and Hans. About another 7/10 between Hans and Pollard. But an intense race, this, in the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Not really had too many position changes, but it's been very close. And Pollard certainly got his clog down towards the end, and Harwich latterly has taken the fastest lap. That's an extra point, of course, as well, which could be all important in the championship, with just a couple of meetings to go after this. Out of the left-hander at the corkscrew comes the race lead then. And the checkered flag, yes, is indeed being prepared. So checkered flag this time. And it's going to go the way of James Harwich then for his 4th victory of the season in the race, the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. He gives it the Sebastian Vettel finger there. And a great win that from Harwich by half a second from Hans. So number 1, Harry's the winner. From number 2, Danny Hans in 2nd place. And number 92, Craig Pollard, 3rd. He got the fastest lap on the last lap as well, a 1:17.91. So a crucial extra point for him. 4th goes to number 94, Maurice Gloucester. 5th to number 50, Steve O. 6th, number 41, Andrew Cooper. 7th is number 11, Ben Cressy. 8th, number 4, Peter Studer. Then 9th, still to come over the line, is number 33, Matt Harbert now, the driver from Markfield. And completing the top 10 is number 60, Tim Probert, ahead of Bill Garner, who was involved in the incident at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. 44, Stephen Bailey is 12th. Vaughan Jones, number 43, is 13th. Richard Rainbow, number 20, is 14th. And Craig Curran, number 12, rounds out the top 15. But it's a 4th victory of the season for James Harwich. He wins Class B as well, as he always does, it seems, in the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. And he will extend his lead in the points over Craig Pollard in 2nd and Danny Hans in 3rd in the championship standings going into tomorrow's race. And after this, there will be further rounds of the championship at Brands Hatch and at Alton Park. So we switch from single-seaters to sports racing cars next. It's the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship in a few moments. So already the cars heading out onto the circuit for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship race. Race 7 on the programme and round 7 of their championship as well. Let's have a look at the grid. On pole position, it's number 1, Ryan Yarrow in the Spire, and alongside him, number 67, Victor Newman in the Mattel. Second row, number 5, Michael Roots in the Mattel, and 23, Matthew Manette in the Spire. Third row, number 44, Carl Austin in the Spire, and 6, Daniel Lana in the Mattel. So good mixture of Spires and Mattels in the first few rows. Then row 4 is all Spire. That's 63, Colin Chapman, number 72, Jonathan McGill next to him. Row 5 is number 20, James Walker in the Spire, and number 49, Tony Gaunt in the Wolf. Row 6 is number 24, Rich Miles in the Spire, and 87, Tom Johnson in the Mattel. Colin Spicer, number 31, and Tim Hovard, number 50, line up on row 7. And row 8 is going to be 21, Phil Hutchins, and 9, Ian Hutchins' son, both in Spires on the back of the grid. So 16 cars we will have. It's going to be a 20-minute race, this one, for the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship. For motorcycle-engined sports cars, they can use Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, or Yamaha. Only certain model years, though. They have to be standard, unmodified engines. Suspension geometry is free, but there are some limits as to what can be done on springs and dampers. It's a free braking system, but no ABS. And no aerodynamics. They run on treaded tyres as well. So although they probably would do anyway, because it's still damp out there, no slicks, just treaded tyres for Sports 1000. And 20-minute race, I should say, for the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship. The revs rise. They sound fantastic. The red lights go on. They go out and the race gets underway. As we've seen already today, lots of wheel spin. It's going to be Ryan Yarrow in the Spire that has the lead into the first corner. Dan Lana a bit further back makes a good start as well. In number 6, he was on the third row of the grid in the Mattel. Just disappear out of view at the banking. They come back into it now, and it looks like it is Ryan Yarrow in the lead of the race. Then it's one of the Mattels. No, it was 2 of the Mattels in second and third, but it looked like one of them because it was side by side, and it's the number 5 car that's there. So that's Michael Roots ahead of 67, Victor Newman. So that's been a change. And then it's Dan Lana. So you've got Mattels second, third, and fourth at the moment as they disappear up into Rocket for the first time. So Ryan Yarrow leads. Lots of wheel spin off the line from all of them, but Yarrow is still able to maintain his advantage as they head back into view at the corkscrew. And it is the number 1 car of the reigning champion, the man from Rochdale, Ryan Yarrow. Number 5, Michael Roots, long-time kart racer, in second place. And the French driver, 67, Victor Newman, in third. Dan Lana, fourth. In fifth place, it's the 44 car of Carl Austin. And in sixth place, it's number 72, Jonathan McGill. So one that's dropped back a little bit is number 23, Matthew Minette. But I'm sure the XF1000 driver will be working hard to try and get back through the field. Although having said that, he's lost a place there at the banking to Rich Miles, who was out of position, had his best lap time disallowed for track limits infringement, I think. So Miles a little bit out of place. We should see him making a bit of progress as this race goes on. But Ryan Yarrow, well, he's locked up there up at the top of the hill. He's got it turned in at Rocket, but he's got a big lead. It was 1.6 seconds at the end of lap 1, and that's extending already as they work lap 2 of this race. Wait for them to come back into view once again, and it is still Yarrow that is ahead. The 2 Mattels are together, and there is a change. It looks like Victor Newman has got through at the corkscrew, which isn't an overtaking manoeuvre you see particularly often, but he's done that. He's got ahead of his teammate. And Carl Austin has also made up a place as well. He's gone to fourth now, so he's going really well in the Spire, ahead of Dan Lana, number 6. So Carl Austin, number 44, up into fourth position. Really good drive from him. Jonathan McGill, 6th. Rich Miles, 7th. Matthew Minette, number 23, in 8th place. Big lead for Yarrow, but actually from 2nd back to 9th, I include Colin Chapman in that, number 63. There is not a lot to choose between them. Miles is going to make up another place here. He's going to go past Jonathan McGill. He's going to go up into 6th place. So Miles in his Spire, getting the better of McGill, who almost comes to a dead stop at Rocket, which caused a little bit of consternation behind him, I think. He was sort of squeezed onto the apex there very tightly and almost had to stop the car to get turned into the corner. But Yarrow, who was leading by nearly 4 seconds at the end of lap 2, shows no sign of giving this away. Someone who might give something away, though, is number 5, Michael Roots, because he's got Carl Austin right with him now. That time through, Roots did a 1:15.4, but Austin did a 1:14.1. So Austin was 1.4 seconds faster, very nearly, than Michael Roots. The best lap of the race to Ryan Yarrow, unsurprisingly, a 1:12.86. But yeah, Austin very much one to watch here, as too is Rich Miles, who's there in 6th place at the moment and has not much between himself and Dan Lana in the older model of the Mattel. Dan, who raced a few years ago in RGB as it was then, now Sports 1000, came back a bit more regularly for this season. The driver from Nuneaton. Oh, and Rich Miles is going to get the move done, I think, on Dan Lana up there at Rocky. Squeezed through on the inside of the left-hand element. Hopefully that didn't result in contact on the exit of the corner. They've then got the right-hander to make the way around as well. And while it's Yarrow and Newman well out in front and quite a gap between them, then a sense that everyone's going to get bottled up behind Michael Roots, number 5 here, because Carl Austin is yet to find a way past. Carl's not that experienced, and he'll perhaps find it a struggle to find a way through. It's not the easiest circuit to overtake at, this Anglesey Circuit. He's going to make me a liar now, isn't he? Because he's going to get past him around the outside into the banking, I think, is Carl Austin. Has he made that work? Yes, he has. At the banking around the outside, Carl Austin gets 3rd place away from Michael Roots. So that's on lap number 5. And he's pulling away quite nicely now. I wonder if Michael Roots has got a problem or if there's just something that on the setup of that car that's not quite right. Matthew Manette's car's got a problem. There's something flapping underneath the car. I think he's realised that he's slowing. He'll try and make it back to the pits. So whether that's a part of the car that's become detached or something that he's picked up, maybe he's run over someone else's bodywork or something like that, not quite sure. But Matthew Manette, XF1000 racer, in a little bit of grief, which is a great shame because he qualified really well on 4th position. Yarrow's gone through again. He's done a 1:12.26 now. Lap record for these cars is a 1:09.68. So that gives you an indication of how things are drying out. We're now only about 3 seconds away from a lap record. We've been 5 seconds and 10 seconds away from lap records in the earlier part of the day's racing so far. But Yarrow within 3 seconds now of the Billy Oldbone lap record for the Sports 1000s. Yes, so Matthew Manette is into the pits. I could hear something sort of flapping around, and yeah, it does look like it is a part of the under tray of the car that's become detached. Meanwhile, Dan Lana's losing a bit of ground now. He's just lost out to Colin Chapman for 6th position. So Colin Chapman heading in generally the right direction. There's Ryan Yarrow. Comes back down towards us. We've had 7 minutes. We're getting a 20-minute race, this. So there's still 13 minutes to go. More than half of the race left to go. And it is number 1 that is leading. Ryan Yarrow by 5.09 seconds now from Victor Newman, number 67 in 2nd place. In 3rd place is number 44, Carl Austin. And Rich Miles now has taken 9/10 out of Carl Austin that time. So Rich Miles, who only started, where did he start on the grid? 11th on the grid. He's in contention for a podium position here. He's taken a lot of time out of Carl Austin on the previous lap. He's in a position to strike on this lap. Along the backstretch they go, past the racing school building, up towards the left-hander they go at rocket. This is the fight for third and fourth. Almost overlapping now, Miles and Austin. I imagine it will still with a black car that's head when they come back into my sight. Time will tell. Yarrow, meanwhile, comes across the line again. He has not gone fast that time, but his best lap is still at 1:11.48. Victor Newman is 5.81 seconds drift now. And Austin, well, he gets third back briefly. Miles was ahead of him and is definitely ahead of him now as they cross the line this time. So as they complete lap 7, Rich Miles up to third. Passing Carl Austin there. The problem is he's more than 10 seconds behind Victor Newman now, is Rich Miles. So only 11 minutes of the race left to go. It's a bit of a tall order to try and catch either of the leading two. Within the Sports 1000 Championship, there's also the Sporting Cup, which is reserved for drivers that don't finish in the podium positions. And it was Colin Spicer leading that coming into this meeting. Well, he's running in 11th place at the moment. Jonathan McGill, who was second, is running in 14th, so he's dropped back considerably. And Tom Johnston, who's third, he is running 15th, and I think the final car is still circulating, actually, with Matthew Manette in the pits. They're still trying to work on that car and get it back out, but he's obviously lost several laps now already. So Ryan Yarrow, number 1, more than 6 seconds clear now. Victor Newman in second place. There's a good scrap going on between Michael Roots, Daniel Lana, and James Walker now for 6th, 7th, and 8th positions. That's just coming off the banking, and it's another place lost for Michael Roots. In fact, 2 places lost because both Lana and Walker have gone past him now. So I can only presume that something is not quite right with the Roots Mittel. Either an issue with the car or a setup decision that has proved a little bit misguided given the ever-improving conditions here at Anglesey at the moment, because the mountains are disappearing again in the distance, so we might have some more rain yet before this afternoon is out. But Yarrow's just done another new best lap of the race, a 1:11.43. So about a second and 3/4 outside the Billy Allbone lap record now, which is a 1:09.68. And Rich Miles as well has just done his personal best lap, but only about 3/10 quicker than Victor Newman that time. So he is now nearly 11 seconds behind second place. So I think third might be the limit of Rich Miles' aspirations, but after starting 11th, that's not too bad a result potentially. Number 21, Phil Hutchins. Number 9, Ian Hutchinson. And 72, Jonathan McGill. They're 12th, 13th, and 14th, but having a good battle. Michael Roots is slowing. We suspected there might be a problem with that car. Seems to have picked up pace again now, but yeah, all is not well with that car. Just looking down into the pit lane, Matthew Manette's car, they've managed to detach whatever it was that had come undone there, under-trev the car, but it's going to be put back through the garages anyway, so Matthew Manette not going to be able to go back out into the race, unfortunately. Colin Chapman's just gone past me, still in 5th position, so a good strong race for Colin, one of the directors of the 750 Motor Club. Got a couple of them in this race, Tim Hovard the other. He's running in 9th position at the moment. Michael Roots is into the pit lane as well. So Mittel is out of the race, number 5. So watching now the battle for 6th and 7th between number 6, Daniel Lana, and number 20, James Walker. James, a former Class F champion when there was a separate front engine class within what was then known as RGB, now Sports 1000. He's gunning for top 6 finish here, but he's got to get past Daniel Lana if he's going to do that. Right now, he's now got the lap times down into the 10s, a 1:10.98 for him. He leads by 8.16 seconds from Victor Newman. Still that scrap going on between 6 and 20 then. Daniel Lana and James Walker go over the line once again. And there's only about 0.4 of a second between them. Lapped in pretty similar lap times last time through as well. And the scrap that's just gone through for 8th, 9th and 10th has Tim Hovard at the head of it. It's got Tony Gaunt's Spider. Not Spider Wolf, sorry. And Colin Spicer, number 31, just behind him. Colin Spicer still racing the Spire GT3. I think he was hoping to have another car out by now, but still with the Spire for the moment. As Victor Newman goes across the line again. Now nearly 9 seconds behind Ryan Yarrow, who's got the lap times down to 1:10.77. So he's now just over a second outside Billy Oldbone's lap record. Carl Austin in 4th, Colin Chapman 5th, both going over the line now. Austin now has lost touch with Rich Miles, who's about 4.5 seconds up the road. And there we have over the line going Daniel Lana and James Walker. Still no change in the order between them. Colin Spicer is going to try and make a move on the Wolf of Tony Gaunt there for 9th place, but he couldn't make that work. Now, Ryan Yarrow is going to come across traffic before much longer. Oh, we've got a yellow flag I can see as well up at the top of the hill. Now, what's that for? Trying to see if anyone that we're expecting to come through doesn't come through. Certainly Yarrow's there, and so too is Newman. And then Rich Miles 3rd. Should see any moment Carlos in 4th, which we do. So it's not one of the top 4, so it's one of the back markers that's not come through, I think. I wonder if it could be Ian Hutchinson, possibly, that's not appeared this time. Top 5 cars, because Colin Chapman now through as well are on there. So I think it's Ian Hutchinson that's gone missing up at the top of the circuit. 3 3/4 minutes to go in this race, which is being led very convincingly by Ryan Yarrow by 9.87 seconds now. Rich Miles in 3rd place has just done his best lap at 1:11.51. And so he's got the gap to Newman now down to just about 10 seconds. Still quite a sizable gap in the scheme of things. And as Ryan Yarrow comes through to complete his 14th lap, he is starting to be troubled by back markers. He's just had to lap the number 87 car of Tom Johnson, but there's a little gap actually up between Johnson and the next car up the road, which is going to be that of Jonathan McGill, number 72. So I don't think the traffic's going to be a big problem for the front runners. Miles in 3rd place coming across the line again. That time, again, a bit quicker than Newman. So the gap is now less than 10 seconds, but only 2 3/4 minutes left to go. Oh, and a spin for Tom Johnson there coming out of Church Corner. Number 87. He's just heading across the grass and back into the place. He was last anyway of the 13 cars circulating. So no positions lost, fortunately. No damage done as far as I can see. This battle coming over the line now between Tim Hovard, number 50, Tony Gaunt, number 49, and Colin Spicer, number 31. Only about 0.7 of a second separating those 3 cars. All lapping in the 1:14s that time through. Ryan Yarrow goes on to his penultimate lap then, number 1. It's been a dominant performance really here from Ryan. Very creditable indeed. Sports 1000, one of the few championships to run here last season, where the victories were shared between Richard Morris, who races these days in a Praga in Brit car, and Ryan Yarrow won the second race. Yarrow went on to win the championship by 5 points last season. And he's still leading the race in his Spire. 6th place battle coming up to the line once again between number 6 and number 20. 6 Daniel Lana and 20 James Walker. Mattel versus Spire, and Walker's not been able to find a way past all the way through, but he's been very close to the rear end of Lana's car all the way through. And Tony Gaunt in the Wolf now ahead of Tim Hovard in the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th. So that's changed in the last few laps. Ryan Yarrow is going to get the last lap board, I think, this time. He's just in behind the battle between Phil Hutchins and Jonathan McGill for 11th position. He'll lap those probably around the banking. Hopefully he won't disrupt their battle too much. Victor Newman's gone through, 11.7 seconds behind the leader. And Rich Miles about to cross the line as well. Yes, Yarrow has cleared those back marks now, and they're still having a good scrap between themselves as they head through Church Corner. And yeah, Miles has got the gap down to about 9 seconds now between Newman and Miles, but he's not going to make any more progress. 4th is still Carl Austin, and 5th, Colin Chapman in the ex-Morris Spire. Oh, and Dan Lana spins! And just avoiding collecting him there was James Walker. So having defended stoutly all the way through, really, from James Walker, Dan Lana in the Mattel has a spin through the corkscrew. No contact made, and he gets going again. So he stays, well, he at least keeps hold of 7th place. He's not going to lose another one, I don't think. He's on to his final lap now. Where is Ryan Yarrow? He's not too far away. He's, in fact, through the corkscrew already. Turning his way through the final left-hander. Checkered flag is made ready by Stuart Dungate on the finish line. And Ryan Yarrow it is that takes the victory in round 7 of the championship. It's his 4th win of the season. 2nd place is going to go the way of number 67, Victor Newman. It's his 3rd second place finish of the season. Regular bridesmaid. In 3rd place is number 24. That's Rich Miles. And that's his third place, 3rd podium place of the season. 4th goes to number 44, Carl Austin. 5th to number 63, Colin Chapman. Then there's going to be a gap back to 6th place, which should be James Walker in the Gulf liveried Spire, after he had to avoid Dan Lana's spinning Mattel on the previous lap. But it's going to be number 20, James Walker, that rounds out the top 6. 7th place is going to go the way of number 6, Dan Lana. 7th place is going to go to number 49, Tony Gaunt. 9th will go to number 50, Tim Hovard in the Sabre. And running out the top 10 is going to be number 31, Colin Spice, then Jonathan McGill, Phil Hutchins, and Tom Johnston, all 1 lap down. But Ryan Yarrow, with that victory, extends his lead in the championship, in particular because Michael Roots, a non-finisher, who was 2nd in the championship coming into this weekend. And Victor Newman will move to 2nd in the points, I think, and Colin Chapman up to 3rd. There's another race tomorrow for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. That's tomorrow afternoon around about 2:05. But we've still got 3 more races to go here today. And next up, it's the 2nd of our races today for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. So the cars on the grid for race 8 on the programme, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. And this, the second and final race of the weekend for these cars. A reminder that the first race was won by number 47, Luke Rosewell. From in second place, number 117, Adam Shepherd. Third place, number 87, Jack Leese. Fourth, number 53, Mark Balmer. And fifth, number 35, Aaron Sharp. So 47, 117, 87, 53, and 35, the top 5. When the time for that first race was 16 minutes 17.40, 16 17.40, 68.51 miles an hour. Fastest lap went to number 47, Luke Rosewell, with a 1 minute 20.39, 120.39, 69.41 miles an hour, which is a lap record. Grid for race 2 set by the result of race 1, so it lines up as follows: 47 and 117 on the front row, 47 Luke Rosewell and 117 Adam Shepherd. Second row, 87 and 53, 87 Jack Leeson, 53 Mark Balmer. Third row, 35 and 28, 35 Aaron Sharp and 28 Joe Jessup. Fourth row, 4 and 77, 4 Daniel Chapman and 77 Mark Dickin. Fifth row, 88 and 16, 88 Tristan Fletcher and 16 Brett Evans. Sixth row, 20 and 96, 20 Ashmore and 96 Tim Necklin. Seventh row, 95 and 83, 95 Samuel Dennis and 83 William Puskill. Eighth row, 18 and 15, 18 Matthew Duffel and 15 James Broutigan. And the ninth row, 72 and 11, 72 Chris Stone and 11 Martin Piccolo. That's the way the grid should line up. We're likely to get the champion confirmed in this race. Adam Shepherd, the man that can make sure of it with a good result here. Early on today, he finished second. So I think from this race, he'll only need something like a top 10 finish of some description should wrap things up for him. Whatever, he was struggling a little bit with the handling of his car in race 1, and that's why he decided to. He didn't decide to, but with Luke Rosewell barreling up the inside at Rocket on the first lap, he decided to keep well out of the way of that. And with the handling issues that he had, he couldn't really maintain the fight. And Rosewell went on to take his first victory in the Type R Trophy, having had several podium finishes during the course of the season so far. Green flag lap gets underway for these cars that went on MRF tyres, and the cars look fantastically presented as they head off onto the green flag lap. For those of you that weren't here earlier on, unfortunately, Lee Deegan had a big accident in testing yesterday and had to go off to hospital, but we wish him a good recovery. But he was second in the championship coming into this weekend, and the driver most likely to stop Adam Shepherd, potentially wrapping things up. All the drivers too feature well in race 1, included Daniel Chapman. He had a good 7th place finish. Mark Dickin had a spin early on. He had to come back up the field and took 8th place. Good battle down the order we had between Tim Necklin and Samuel Dennis. They disputed 12th and 13th positions, with all bar one of the starters making it to the end. Martin Piccolo, a non-finisher early on, but he is at the back of the grid for this race. 15-minute race it will be. Luke Rosewell with pole position, then the ex-Formula Ford driver a few years ago now. Adam Shepherd alongside him, of course, a Civic champion and BMW M3 champion as well. Had a stint in Ginettas, and now looks like he's going to add a Type R Trophy championship to his Roll of Honour. He's already won championships, as I say, but it looks like he's going to add another one here. The inaugural season as well as a championship for the Type R Trophy, with good numbers that we've had this season, often up at around 30. Not quite as many here this weekend, just a couple of weeks after the last event at Silverstone. This event should have been held about 2 months ago, in actual fact, but had to be rescheduled due to COVID restrictions at the time in Wales. So we've ended up with 2 meetings quite close to one another. We did have a big start line incident as well in the second of the races at Silverstone, which I think may have claimed 1 or 2 cars as well, unfortunately. hopefully we'll have more back out for the final round of the championship, which is at Brands Hatch at the end of September. So all the cars back beneath the commentary box. So it's the grey car of Luke Rosewell, number 47, on pole position, and the white car with the purple stripes of Shepherd Motors alongside. Red lights go on, and they go out. Fair amount of wheel spinners we've seen all day, really. And a good start by the 28 car, Joe Jessup. He's a swoop through into third position from row 6 of the grid, from row 3 of the grid, I should say. But the two leaders, it looks like Shepherd's got the inside line for the banking, and he does come out in front of Luke Rosewell in second place. And in third position, it is Joe Jessup then, who's made that very good start. Jack Leese looks to be fourth, Mark Balmer fifth, and Aaron Sharp sixth, I think, as they make their way around Church Corner for the first time. Sweeping up past the school towards Rocket for the first time. Luke Rosewell got the lead away from Shepherd here in the first race. Some very different lines being taken by various drivers up at the top of the hill. Mark Balmer, I think, going quite deep into the corner and losing a position because of that. I think he's gone back down to sixth. But yeah, Shepherd able to hold on to the lead this time, I think, up at Rocket. And we'll get confirmation of that when they come back into view. Yes, he does. So it's Shepherd 117 from Rosewell in 47. It's Jessup still there in third position. And in fourth place, it's the 87 car of Jack Leese. Jessup runs very wide, though. Takes the club circuit briefly. Managed to hold on to third place, though, as they make their way to the banking once again. It was Jack Leese fourth, Aaron Sharp fifth, Mark Balmer sixth, Mark Dickens seventh, Daniel Chapman eighth, Tristan Moore ninth, and Ashmore 10th at the end of lap one. But Shepherd had almost a second in hand at the end of the first lap, and he, I think, if anything, is extending that now on lap 2. Jessup has Jack Leese climbing all over the back of him for third position. And then it's Aaron Sharp and Mark Balmer, another little pair. Further back, it looks like Messrs. Necklin and Dennis have resumed their battle for the minor placings. Let's swap positions at the back. Oh, we've had one spin. Is that Balmer that has spun? I think it might have been Mark Balmer that spun up at the top of the hill. Get confirmation of that in a minute. And they come back through, but it's Shepherd leading, Rosewell second. Yeah, Mark Balmer's missing now, isn't he? From the next group of cars. So it's Jack Leese that's third. So he's got ahead of Jessup. And we've lost Mark Balmer on lap 2. Lap 3 gets underway. And it's Shepherd leading by 1.62 seconds at the moment from Luke Rosewell in second place, and Jack Leese, number 87, in third. One into the pits. That is the 53 car of Balmer, which was facing the wrong direction up at Rocket. See if that car gets back out for race number... well, it won't get back out today. Back out for the rest of this race, maybe. No more races this weekend for the Type Rs. Plenty more racing tomorrow, of course, for various different categories. Most of them we've seen today, but also we've got the Armed Forces Race Challenge and Historic 750 Formula tomorrow as well. Leaders back at Corkscrew once again, and Shepherd, having been beaten for a very rare occasion in the first race, and his second defeat of the year in the first 9 races of the championship. He continues to lead, and what was 1.62 is now 2.26. So it's pulled out another 0.6 of a second over Luke Rosewell. Jack Leese is third, Joe Jessup fourth, Aaron Sharp fifth, and Mark Dickens sixth. It looks like Mark Balmer's going to pull into the garages and out of the race. So that's a shame for the ex-Clio racer. So Shepherd, who has said that he may not do the Brands Hatch round if he wraps the championship up here, Looking therefore to go out on a high. And get things wrapped up with a victory here at Anglesey Circuit. Of course, his father and grandfather, both successful racers as well. Craig Shepherd, Adam's father, a hot hatch racer in the past of some repute. And Adam continuing to lead the way here. Certainly a much happier race for him, and maybe also the conditions coming back to him as well. He had a sort of wheel issue in the first race, in that the car wouldn't necessarily turn where he wanted it to go. But he seems to be a lot stronger in this race. He's done a 1:18.51 as his best lap of the race so far, although it didn't improve on that last lap 4 of the race. But he is 2 3/4 seconds clear of Luke Rosewell, who in turn is about 6 seconds clear of Jack Leese. And Joe Jessup now is not as close to Jack as he was either. So Jack Leese a little bit more comfortable in 3rd position. Jack Leese has yet to be on the podium so far this season until early on today. So he can look to make it 2 podiums potentially here at Anglesey this weekend. Shepherd back down towards us on lap 5. Managed to squeeze 12 laps out of the early race. Lap time's a bit better in this one. In the early race, what was the best lap there? It was a 1:20.39. Well, we're in the 1:18s here. 1:18.51 for Adam Shepherd, who now leads by 3.23 seconds from Luke Rosewell in 2nd. Joe Jessup in 4th. He's under a bit of threat now from Aaron Sharp in 5th. He's an ex-Stock Couch and Clio racer. And Mark Dickin, number 77, in 6th position. There's a gap back then to Daniel Chapman, number 4, in 7th. Tristan Fletcher, number 88, is 8th. 9th is number 20, Ashmore. And Brett Evans, number 16, completing the top 10. So Shepherd in a pretty comfortable position here. Sharp now ahead of Jessup as well for 4th place. So that's happened at the banking, I think. So Jessup, having made a fantastic start to the race, he started 6th. He was up to 3rd by the first corner. Anticipated maybe the lights quite well. Got the power down better than others. He got lots of wheel spin. But he's just gradually making his way back down the order towards where he started. Maybe 5th will be where he'll finish, because Mark Balmer was ahead of him on the grid. He's already out of the race. So Shepherd and Rosewell through again. 3.49 seconds between them now. I wonder if Jack Leese might be caught by Aaron Sharp in the remaining 7 minutes of this race. That time through, Sharp was a little bit quicker. Got a driving standards flag going out to somebody. Can't see the number that's being shown to. I suspect that's for track limits, which is now going to be something that's more problematic as the circuit and therefore the curbs and the bits around the periphery of the circuit dry out more and more. But someone being observed for potential track limits infringements. I'm not sure Sharp is going to make much inroads on Leese. He was 1.8 seconds behind, and Leese looks to have maintained that gap at least here. Battle going along the backstretch. Ashmore, Brett Evans and William Puttergill for 9th, 10th and 11th position. Just heading up to Rocket at that time. No changes there, though. Adam Shepherd coming through to complete lap number 7. And the gap comes down, I think, pretty much for the first time during that race. The race so far, 3.31 seconds is now the gap between Shepherd and Rosewell. Lease at a 120.37 and Sharp that time a 120.71. So Lease slower. The track limits or the driving standards flag is being shown to a car that ended in 7. And I think it might have been 77 actually, Mark Dickin. Although I didn't get a good view of the number. There's a few cars that ended in a 7 though in this race, including the race leader, Adam Shepherd, 1:17. 3.3 seconds to the good over Luke Rosewell. And if it maintains this form for the remaining 5 minutes of this race now, Adam Shepherd is going to be the inaugural Tagiwa Type R champion, as he was the inaugural M3 Cup champion, I think, a few years ago. Over the line, he will go again to complete lap 8. And it's another one in the 19s. He's about 9/10 off his best now, but I think he's realised that he doesn't need to push as hard as he was doing at one stage. He built the gap, and now he's just able to maintain it. Not sensing that we're going to have any particular changes for the minor positions at the moment. Daniel Chapman and Tristan Fletcher just go over the line. Chapman's in his personal best lap, though, 121.49. Pulls out another couple of tenths over Fletcher. That's the battle for 7th and 8th positions. Three and a half minutes left to go. So probably 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Chris Stone, number 72. Last car still circulating. He's just coming across the line now, but it must be touch and go, I think, whether Adam Shepherd catches him to lap him before the end. He's lapping about 7 seconds a lap slower than Shepherd. So I suppose he's pretty much about catch him, I would think, Adam Shepherd before the end. Maybe with a few moments to spare. Rosewell gives away another quarter of a second to Shepherd that time. Jack Lees in 3rd, number 87, 35, Aaron Sharp in 4th. Now a couple of drivers with 5-second penalties, and one of them is Mark Dickin. I thought it was him that was getting the track limits warning flag. Well, he's now got a 5-second penalty. So too has Daniel Chapman in 7th place, car number 4. And that will cost him because he is only a matter of a second on the road ahead of Tristan Fletcher. So it'll cost him just 1 place, I think, as things stand. Mark Dickin, it won't cost anything at all because he's more than 5 seconds ahead of Daniel Chapman, who in turn is getting a penalty. But if he does it again, it'll be another 10 seconds on top. So a 15-second penalty might be applied. Exit of Rocket and the exit of the final corner places where we can see drivers go a little bit beyond the acceptable limits of the circuit. Adam Shepherd's going to come through again to complete lap number 10. There's still going to be 2 more laps to go. There he is. 3.74 seconds now clear of Luke Rosewell. Jack Lees still 3rd in number 87. 4th, number 35, Aaron Sharp, who's taken a bit of time out for Lees over the last couple of laps, actually. In fact, he took nearly half a second out of him that time through. So the gap 1.65 seconds, 3rd to 4th. So keep an eye on Aaron Sharp, who's actually still under a bit of pressure from Joe Jessup as well in 5th place. Where's Adam Shepherd, though? He should be, yep, here he is coming down through the corkscrew. Once again, he has got past the Chris Stone car now as well. Luke Rosewell will do so again. before the end of the race. The last lap board's going out to Adam Shepherd, and he's got 4.25 seconds in hand over Luke Rosewell. So this is going to be an 8th victory of the season for Adam Shepherd out of 10 races so far, and with just 2 more races to go, and Lee Deegan in particular having been able to take part this weekend, it looks like it's going to be the championship as well for Adam Shepherd, his 3rd different championship running with the 750 Motor Club. Turns his way through Rocket for the final time, through the left-hander, now through the right-hander. Squirt on the accelerator for the short distance up to the tight second gear, right-hander at Peel, then dropping down the hill with the what ought to be ordinarily a great view of the Snowdonia Mountains in front of him as he turns into the corkscrew, through the left, through the right, keeping off the curbs, into the final corner of the race. Checkered flag is made ready, and Adam Shepherd takes the checkered flag. His 8th victory of the season in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy Championship, and provisionally Adam Shepherd is the 2021 Tagiwa Type R Trophy champion as well. Luke Rosewell, number 47, takes 2nd place then to 117 Adam Shepherd. 3rd is going to be number 87, Jack Leese. 4th to number 35, Aaron Sharp. 5th to number 28, Joe Jessup. 6th is going to be 77, Mark Dickin. He does get a 5-second penalty, but it won't cost him any positions. 8th is going to be number 4, Daniel Chapman on the road. But on the final results, it'll be Tristan Fletcher that's shown in 8th place because Chapman has a 5-second penalty. So Chapman will be 8th. Sorry, Fletcher will be 7th. Chapman 8th. Ash Moore will be 9th, number 20. 10th will be number 16, Brett Evans. 11th, number 83, William Puskill. 12th, number 96, Tim Necklin. 13th, number 11, Martin Piccolo. 14th, number 95, Samuel Dennis. Then it's James Broutigan, number 15. 18, Matthew Duffel, and 72, Chris Stone, to round out the finishers. But many congratulations to Adam Shepherd, because that victory, and he did get the fastest lap as well, a 1:18.51, which is also a lap record, means that he has an unassailable 352 points. Just check my maths to make sure that that's the case. Yep. Luke Rosewell, I don't think can catch him either. So Adam Shepherd, provisionally, is the Tagiwa Type R Trophy champion for 2021. Many congratulations to him. Still 2 races to go here at Anglesey this afternoon. We've got the Demons Weeks Yokohama Low Cost Championship coming up in a few minutes. So the cars on the grid for the first of 2 races this weekend for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship rounds 9 and 10. We have this weekend for the 1300cc Ford Crossflow engined cars. The grid lines up as follows. On the front row, 2 and 29. 2 is Craig Land and 29 Jeff Peake. The second row, 84 and 42. 84 Carl Roysenars and 42 Andrew Tate. Third row, 4 and 82. 4 Simon Walker-Hansel and 82 Paul Clark. Fourth row, 5 and 79. 5 George Grice and 79 Tom Parker. The fifth row, 47 and 94. 47 Tim Penstone Smith and 94 Martin West. The sixth row, 40 and 58. 40 David Martin and 58 Bradley Horsnell. Row 7 is 96 and 8. 96 Jonathan Higgins and 8 Sean Brame. The 8th row, 69 and 9. 69 David Boucher and 9 William Wright. The 9th row, 21 and 34. 21 Kev Straw and 34 Trevor Faunch. The 10th row, 74 and 33. 74 Gary Brandon and 33 Glenn Boyer. The 11th row, 46 and 41. 46 Barry Stewart and 41 Keith Malpas. And on row 12, on his own, number 20, Bill Ward. So a 15-minute race for these cars. No warming up lap for the low cost. Straight into action for a 50-minute race. 5-second board is shown. The grey car of Craig Land on pole position. Black and yellow for Jeff Peake next to him. Lights go out and the race gets underway. Pretty even start. Good start by Simon Walker-Hansel, though, from the third row of the grid. And he is sort of ducking and diving a little bit, trying to make a position or two up. He's got briefly to fourth place. Might struggle to hold on to that around the banking for the first time. And it's Jeff Peake that has the lead as they come out of the hairpin. Then it's Peake leading. Craig Land in second, but Carl Roysenars sweeps past him through Church Corner, and so too does Paul Clark, and so too does Simon Walker-Hansel, and so too does Andrew Tate, and so too does Martin West, and so too, you get the idea, Craig Land is in problems. He's going very slowly, so Craig Land has problems on the first lap and is dropping back down the order. So that's a great shame for Craig because he was second in the championship last year, had won the previous 2 races this season at Snetterton. Martin West winning the first of them there. But Land was just beginning to get a bit of a charge on for the 2021 season, and now it seems like some kind of mechanical issue has struck him down here. We'll just see what happens to him throughout the course of the rest of this race. But it is the 84 car of Carl Roysenars that comes through to lead at the end of lap 1. These low-cost races, always great slipstreaming, very close affairs. It's Jeff Peake second. Simon Walker-Hansel is third. Andrew Tate, the championship leader, squeezes up the inside of Paul Clark and up into fourth place. Martin West, who was a bit further back than he ought to have been really on the grid, is in sixth position. There's one low-cost which doesn't have a transponder triggering. Just see if I can find out which one that is, but can't tell you at the moment. Oh, and 3 cars side by side for the lead up towards Rocket this time. It looks like it's Simon Walker-Hansel that comes out in the lead of the race. The XT car race ahead of Peake and Roysenars, I think. Simon Walker-Hansel, I think, comes out in front. And he lies 5th in the championship coming into this weekend. He's had 1 victory. That was in the second round of the season at Donington Park. He is still there now, the eco-trailer man, leading the way. Then number 4 from 29 in second place, Jeff Peake. Third is 84 Carl Roysenars. 4th, 42 Andrew Tate. And Tate, importantly, for his championship challenges, sort of caught back up with the leads. He was a little bit further behind the top 3. He's only had 1 win this season. He's had 6 different winners during the course of this year so far. 2 for Martin West and Craig Land, 1 each for Tate, Walker-Hansel, Jeff Peake and Mark Burton, who's now sold his car. So working lap 3 of the race. And the top 3 are not 3 abreast this time, but they're still pretty close. Walker-Hansel Peak and Roycenars. Tate trying to go with them. 5th and 6th are side by side. That's Martin West and Paul Clark. And George Grice in 7th at the moment. Disappear out of my view, for the moment at least, up at Rocket and Peel. About to head back down to the Corkscrew, and certainly Tate is with the first 3 now. In fact, it's more or less 6 cars for the lead here on lap 3. Typical low-cost racing. These relatively underpowered, unaerodynamic machines produce great racing, and we're going to get a change for 3rd here. Looks like Tate up the inside of Carl Roycenars at the banking. Now, can he hold on to that position? See them again at the exit of the hairpin. Yes, he can. So Andrew Tate's made a crucial move there. He's lost a little bit of time to the top 2, but he's made track position, and he'll be able to close in, I would think, on the top 2. Roycenars, though, tries to fight back on the way up to Rocket, and indeed Roycenars number 84 has gone back through. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders are side by side as well. Simon Walker-Hansel in number 4 and Jeff Peak in number 29. Got a driving standards flag, I think, being shown to someone as well for exceeding track limits. That's not taken long. It's only 3 laps deep into this 15-minute race. Top 6 then coming back down towards us. And it is Simon Walker-Hansel, number 4, that's still ahead of 29, Jeff Peak, 84, Carl Roycenars, 42, Andrew Tate, 94, Martin West, and 82, Paul Clark. Then it's numbers 5 and 8 that are next through. So that's George Grice and Sean Brame. And then it's the 79 car. Now, that's the one which doesn't have a transponder link to it. So that's Tom Parker from Wakefield in the ex-Mark Burton car. I think that's now being tended by TSR, Team Sellers Racing, who look after several of the front-running cars in the championship. Top 6, all sweeping through Church Corner then, separated by only about 2 seconds, the whole group. Pete gets a good run off the corner in 2nd place. Number 29 tries to attack number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel, the race leader. Further back, I see Sean Brames now ahead of George Grice for 7th. The top 6 all turning their way through. That left-hander at Rocket. Out of my sight, and being low-slung sports cars with no roofs. The last I see of them is as they turn into the 2nd part of Rocket before they reappear, having exited Peel. They're back towards me now, and there's still 6 of them together. And it's still number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel ahead. And on some circuits, you'd find a pack running this close would be constantly changing position. But I think overtaking is a bit more difficult at Anglesey than it is at some other circuits. And so that's why Walker-Hansel is able to hold on here. The logic in low-cost racing often is that you don't want to be leading going on to the final lap. But I'm not sure that holds here at Anglesey. There's one really good slipstreaming overtaking opportunity. That's at the end of the back stretch to into Rocket Corner. But the rest of the opportunities are more limited, more difficult potentially than they are, relatively speaking, at other circuits. Peak is going to try and make use of that. The Tom Parker car I was talking about, by the way, that's heading into the pit lane. So I think Tom Parker in problems. Oh, and a challenge on further back. That's Andrew Tate that's going to lose a position to Martin West. No, Tate holds on. West was trying to attack there into Rocket 2. But Tate still there, I think. The 2 leaders side by side. Walker-Hansel, it is still in front of Jeff Peak in 2nd. And then Carl Roycenars. And then Andrew Tate. And Martin West and Paul Clark. I think all of these, bar Clark, have won races before. Well, Clark's often been a front runner. He's 4th in the championship. but yet to feature on the podium this season. So it's been pretty consistent as Paul Clark. Number 33, Glenn Boyer, is in 11th position, just going across the line, ahead of 47, Tim Penstone Smith, and 74, Gary Brandon. Best lap of the race so far, a 1:22.08 for Simon Walker-Hansel, and that's just 0.3 off Declan McDonald's lap record. But the lap times have just dropped away a little bit for most drivers in the last lap or so. Three-way challenge, three-way fight for the lead here. Peake trying to go up the inside of Walker-Hansel. And to the outside went Roycenars. Bit of curb taken by Peake. I think he is still going to be second, though, when they come back round towards us. Don't think he's made the move stick. Here they come. Back into the corkscrew. And it is still number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel, but it's Roycenars now that's second. So I think Peake just took a bit too much curb there at the first part of Rocket. And Carl Roycenars able to capitalise. That was on lap 7. On to lap 8, 5 minutes of this race to go. But Simon Walker-Hansel now has got a 5-second penalty. Simon Walker-Hansel has got a track limits penalty. And that means that if he's going to win this race, he's got to win it by more than 5 seconds. And that looks like a very tall order. None of the other drivers have been given a 5-second penalty. Certainly none of the top 20. But Walker, I'm not sure this is for the first time either, has been adjudicated to have exceeded track limits somewhere. He's done very well to hold on to the lead, but maybe not always doing so via quite legitimate means. So he'll be aware of that. The board has been shown on the finish line. There'll be little he can do because there's no way I don't think he can make up 5 seconds in the remaining 4 minutes of this race and pull away from the rest. I guess more importantly, the others will know, and they know that they don't need to battle with Walker-Hansel towards the end here, but it's really a battle for second place on the road. Got yellow flags now on the way into the banking. So I think there's a car stranded, between Target and the banking. I can't see who that is. Out of my sight, up against the barrier on the inside there, I think. But we have lost another driver. Try and figure out who that is. Oh, it may be Trevor Faunch looking at it. So we've got Walker-Hansel in the lead on the road, but Carl Roycenars then effectively in the lead with that penalty to Walker-Hansel. It's side by side for a third on the road. Second in reality, that's Jeff Peake and Martin West. And those two still side by side as they disappear from my sight. So West having got ahead of Tate. Wait and see them as they come back into my view. There'll be probably 2 more laps to go. No, 3 more laps to go probably at the end. No, back to my first thought. 2 more laps to go at the end of this. Walker-Hansel just trying to make a break then between himself and Carl Roycenars, but it's not happening for him. He's 1.04 seconds ahead. He needs another 3.96 or 3.97 actually to take the victory. Roycenars in second on the road. West third now. Tate fourth. So the one that was arm wrestled out of the way really was Jeff Peake. Yeah, Jeff Peake has fallen off the group completely now, hasn't he? So he's not going to be involved in the podium battle, I don't think. It looks like it might be Martin West, actually, that's made it through into second place. Ahead of Carl Roycenars now. There'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one. Last lap boards being prepared. In fact, it might already be out, in fact, so this might be the last lap now. Well, there's no checkered flag being made ready just yet, so I think it is going to be last lap to number 4. So it's Martin West second, Carl Royce-Nars third, Paul Clark fourth, Andrew Tate fifth, and Jeff Peake is still there in 6th place. 7th is number 2, Craig Land. So those early problems, he has come back into the race and climbed up the order here, Craig Land. I've sort of missed him doing that. He's made very good progress back up to 7th place. 8th is Sean Brame, number 8. 9th is number 40, David Martin. And 10th is number 5, George Grice. But who's going to win this race? It's looking like it's going to be Martin West here, who's going to get what would be his 3rd victory of the season. And he would be taking over the lead of the championship. In fact, he already was ahead of Andrew Tate in the championship by a point. So he'll extend that lead now over Tate, who looks like he's going to finish 5th here. Bill Ward, the back marker, they're just trying to keep out of the way of the top 5 who have been lapping him over the last few corners. So leaders for the final time making their way down through the corkscrew. So it's going to be Simon Walker-Hansel that wins on the road. He's got a 5-second penalty there, just checking. No one else has been given one. So it's going to be Simon Walker-Hansel up and over the line. He wins round 9 of the Demon Tweak Common Championship, Local Championship on the road. But 94 Martin West, therefore, will be classified first. 2nd to number 82 Paul Clark, his first podium finish of the season. 3rd to 84 Carl Royce-Nars. 4th to number 42 Andrew Tate. Then 5th will be number 4 Simon Walker-Hansel, is where he'll slot in. And 6th, number 29 Jeff Peake. So on the last lap, Paul Clark up to 2nd on the last lap. 7th, number 2, Craig Land. 8th to number 8, Sean Brame. 9th to number 40, David Martin. And 10th, number 5, George Grice. Fastest lap of the race, well, that has gone to Simon Walker-Hansel at 1:22.08. So he gets the bonus point for fastest lap. Behind George Grice, you've got number 3, Glenn Boyer, 11th. 12th, number 74, Gary Brandon. 13th, number 47, Tim Penstone-Smith. 14th was 96, Jonathan Higgins. 15th, number 58, Bradley Horsnell. Then David Boucher, William Wright, Kevin Straw, Barry Stewart, and Keith Malpas completing the top 20. More low costs tomorrow, but coming up next, our final race of the day, and it's going to be for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. So we've had a bit of clearing up work to be done after the low cost, but we're going to get the 116 trophy cars out onto the grid now for their 90-minute race. It's going to be a rolling start as well for this one, with 2 mandatory pit stops for each team. Let's tell you how the grid's going to line up. First of all, on the front row, treble 7 and 75. Treble 7 is Sam Carrington-Yates and 75 is Lewis Tyndall. To start the car, Anthony Seddon will have the second stint in that car. Second row is 77 and 25. 77 is Harry Ormerod, and he'll hand over to Peter Ormerod. And 25 is Ben Sabol. To start the car, Max Palmer and Mike Patton will also drive. Third row, 59 and 9. 59 is Rob Carvel, and 9 is Andrew Rowe to start off with. Shane Rowe will take over. The fourth row, 80 and 58. 80 will be started by Theo Millward, and 58 is Ian Carvel going solo. The fifth row, 1 and 71. 1 is James Reddish, and 71 Jack Godden. They'll hand over to Jeremy Woodgate and Christopher Godden, respectively. On row 6, 11 and 2. 11 Richard Lakey and 2 Chris Noakes, both solo drivers. Seventh row is 17 and 16. 17 is a 3-driver team. Mike Wells starting, Keith Atwood and Adam Jewis also aboard. And 16, Omar Mahmood starting, Harry Portlock and Roger Taylor also in that one. Row 8 is 12 and 88. 12 is Andrew Woodbine going solo, 88 Gary Taylor. And on the 9th row, 44 and 96. 44 Richard Phillips and 96 Chris Kershaw. Both of those solo drivers. It's a rolling start, this. And the safety car leads them away on the green flag lap. So I'm going to get underway around about 20 minutes ahead of schedule. So that's great news. And that we'll be finished 20 minutes earlier as well, it being a timed 90-minute race. The pit stops, they have to take place between 15 minutes and 75 minutes into the race. So no pit stops towards the start or end. All of those mandatory 60-second stops have to take place in the middle hour. You can make additional stops as well, of course. There's no refueling. And when cars come into the pits, they have to stop at a 45-degree angle, nose in, and then be pushed back to go out into the pit lane to resume the race as well. That's for safety reasons. There's one driver or one team that has a success-based penalty based on the result last time out, and that's going to go to Lewis Tyndall in 75 because he, sharing with Andrew Bayliss on that occasion, won the last round at Cadwell Park. He's sharing with Anthony Seddon today. So a 90-minute race for the BMW 116 trophy. And it's the 5th race of the season for these cars. They've already had rounds at Silverstone, Donington Park, Snetterton, and as we've mentioned, Cadwell Park. Brands and Snetterton will round out the main part of the season. There's talk of another race here at Anglesey in November as well. A longer distance race, but 90 minutes is the format that we have for the BMW 116 trophy. For the moment, the cars are lined up, crocodile formation, 2 by 2. Safety cars already into the pit lane. So the front row drivers, Sam Carrington-Yates and Lewis Tyndall, both of them winners this year, act as pace car effectively, and they maintain this 2 by 2 formation until the red lights go out, which they do now, and the race gets underway. 90 minutes of it. And the cars turn through target for the first time, and it is Sam Carrington-Yates that remains ahead of Lewis Tyndall then as they head through the banking for the first time. 3 wide, a bit further back, including, I think, both of the Carvels. That's for 5th, 6th and 7th position. 3 wide through there. One of the Carvels backs out of that. The other car involved is possibly the number 9 car of the Rose. I think it was, yes, the Irish drivers. So it's Sam Carrington-Yates with a big lead up into Rocket for the first time. There's a spinner a bit further back where it's a half spin, really. Try and pick out who that is that's been delayed. I don't think it was Lewis Tyndall. It may have been the Ormerods. We'll try and confirm that when they come back round to us to complete lap number 1. Here they are. Sam Carrington-Yates, ex-Compact Cup and Formula Ford 1600 racer, sporting the 777, comes up and over the line to complete lap number 1. It's 75 in second. That's Lewis Tyndall. Third is number 58, Ian Carvel. Fourth is 25. That's Ben Saybold. Fifth is number 9. That's the Andrew Rowe car. And sixth is number 1. So, yeah, I think the car that lost ground up at Rocket was 77, which is Harry Ormerod in the first instance. Drops him back to 10th place. Harry Ormerod. Side by side for third and fourth through Church Corner. That's 25, which is Ben Saybold. And Ian Carvel, number 58, ex-VW Cup racer. Looks like Carvel is going to prevail there. Yep, he does. Or does he? He's on the outside line for the right-hander. Ben Saybold, experienced racer in his own right. May have the inside line and be able to do something about that as they come back down towards us. Let's have a look. Yep, indeed he does. So it is the 25 car of Ben Saybold there that's was briefly in third place, but Ian Carvel got them moved on into the corkscrew by the looks of it. And then it's the 9 car of Andrew Rowe in 5th place, side by side for 6th. That's James Reddish getting ahead of Jack Godden in the number 71 car for 7th place. And they all disappear from my sight. 2 laps down, and already Sam Carrington-Yates is 4.74 seconds clear of the rest of the field. He's a quality driver, and he's easing away from the rest of them in the opening stages here. Tyndall and Seddon, but Tyndall driving at the moment, is second. Then it's Ben Saybold third, 4th and 5th side by side, and that's the 9 car of Andrew Rowe. He's getting ahead of Ian Carvel there, but Carvel's got the inside line for the first part of Rocket. And I think the outside line for the next part, so I think it's going to be Saybold that holds on to 4th place there. Some of these drivers look like they're treating this as a 10-lap sprint rather than a 90-minute race in which they'll get, I would think, well over 60 laps out of it if it stays dry. Lap times look to be 1:26 in fine conditions. So it's numbers 777, Sam Carrington-Yates leading from 75. Lewis Tyndall in 2nd place. 3rd is 25, Ben Saybold. 4th is number 9, Shane Rowan. 5th is number 58, Ian Carvel. 6th is 71, Jack Godden. 7th is the number 1 car of James Reddish. 8th is number 80, Theo Millward. Richard Lakey, number 11, is 9th, and it's Harry Ormerod rounding out the top 10 of this 18-car field. At the moment, the car that's at the stern is number 96, which is Chris Kershaw. He's one of the drivers that's going solo as well. So he's got a tough 85 minutes ahead of him now. 90-minute race, but already 5 minutes into it. Pit stops can be made after 15 minutes. So still 9 or 10 minutes away. Be interesting to see if the weather changes during this course of this race. That could have an impact on strategy, but possibly what will have more of an impact than anything is if there's a safety car period within that 1 hour window, because that can be the time to pit, and you can either through luck or good judgment really steal a march there if you time your pit stops well. In Carvel in 5th position here, number 58 appears to be struggling to hang on to the position. He's got Jack Gordon and James Reddish right behind, and also the 80 car of Theo Millward. And it's quite a few places ahead of his brother Rob Carvel, who was 12th over the line in car 59 in the sister car. Sam Carrington-Yates lead now nearly 7.5 seconds after 4 laps. He's lapping the 126s. No one else is doing anything better than a mid 127, really. Tyndall did a 127.48 that time through. Ben Seibold was a 127.79. Andrew Rowe, 127.92. Ian Carvel, I said he was struggling to hang on. His best lap of the race was actually the last lap, a 128.46. And that was slower than the 4 cars behind him, Gordon, Reddish, Millward and Lakey. So we'll see if Carvel was able to hold on to the place here. So he was in 5th place. Let's see if he still is. 2, 3, 4. Well, he is, but there's an ever-growing train of cars behind him now, headed by Jack Gordon, but with Reddish and Millward there. And it looks like we've had a change, a place further back, because Harry Ormerod has got a place back now from Richard Lakey. And then his personal best has Harry, 128.53. But so too has race leader Sam Carrington-Yates, a 126.11 now. And that is more than a second faster than anybody else. He's 8.5 seconds clear of the rest. We're only on lap 6. And Sam Carrington-Yates looking in pretty imperious form here. Now, I was saying Ian Carvel looked like he was holding people up. Well, now he's attacking Andrew Rowe in the number 9 car for 4th position. Rowe repels him on the run up to the Rocket left-hand at that time. But Carvel looking a bit racy. He did do his PB last time at 127.85. It was a slower lap from Rowe the lap before. Carrington-Yates, meanwhile, comes through in his E87 generation BMW 1 Series, 1.6 litre engine. These cars were around about 15, 16 years ago now. These were first manufactured, but still have a good modern look about them. Ian Carvel again has a go at Andrew Rowe. Two of them almost leading on each other through Target that time. Rowe is just nose behind, actually, behind Ian Carvel through Target, but he'll have the inside line for the banking. And it's Rowe that comes out in front. And Carvel almost leaving the door open there for Jack Gordon, but we've got a genuine 4-car battle now for 4th position. And through goes number 1. So that's James Reddish, ahead now of 71 Jack Gordon. Carvel for 4th place is having another go at Andrew Rowe. He's up the inside into Rocket, and actually big loser there is Andrew Rowe, because it looked like the 1 car got through as well. So I think that's James Reddish up into 5th position as well. So it's treble 7 Sam Carrington-Yates leading. 75 Lewis Tyndall in 2nd place. In 3rd at the moment is number 25 Ben Seibold. And then everyone else is 4th, and there's contact. That's between James Reddish and Ian Carvel, numbers 1 and 58, as they dice a 4th position through the corkscrew. Carvel holds on. So there's door-to-door contact more or less there. 58 Carvel still 4th. 1, James Reddish is 5th. And then Andrew Rowe, number 9, is in 6th place. Jack Godden, 71, is in 7th. Theo Millward, number 80, is in 8th place. 9th is Harry Ormerod, and 10th is Richard Lakey. But really, that battle has gathered more and more cars. So from Carvel in 4th, back to 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13. So basically 10 cars in that group. Going back to the number 17 car that was started by Mike Wells, ex-MR2 championship racer. So really close fight for 4th back to 13. Basically the middle of the field. Sam Carrington Yates well away from all of this though, out in front, number 777. He'll be into the traffic before much longer because he's going to lap the number 96 Chris Kershaw car, I reckon. 8 laps now completed by Sam Carrington Yates. Just having a look at the gap for 2nd and 3rd. Is that changing at all? It's on that lap not, because the two drivers, Lewis Tyndall and Ben Seibold, lapping within 100th of a second of one another. So the gap remains at just under 3 seconds. Where it's really what happening is 4th backwards, because still that's a huge battle from 4th back to 13th. 10 cars involved, therefore. And a bit further back in that group, Andrew Rose made a mistake at the banking. That has allowed the Harry Ormerod car to go through, and following him as well is Theo Millward now. So a mistake at the banking for Rowe has allowed a couple of cars through. So that's for 7th place. The Rose back to 9th now. Two and a half minutes away from the pit window opening. The sky brightening in the distance. We can see the base of some of the mountains in Snowdonia at the moment, if not their peaks. As the first bit of Lapri is completed now by Sam Carrington Yates, he does get past the number 96 car of Chris Kershaw. So the best lap of the race still to Sam, 126.11. That's an average of nearly 65 miles per hour around this very twisty 1.55 mile Anglesey Circuit. I think it probably has the lowest average speed of all of the UK circuits, but it's still a great challenge for the drivers in spite of all of that. I think Rockingham, when that was still around, was a marginally slower circuit than this one. In terms of average lap time. Well, things have just settled down a little bit for 4th backwards now. So Ian Carvel in 58 has made that position his own. He's got behind him number 1, James Reddish now, and 71, Jack Godden, as Theo Millward all over the grass coming out of church. And his bumper is just a bit deranged, the rear bumper on that car. So he's had a little bit of a kiss from somebody, I think, during the course of the race. And that's maybe something that they'll have a look at when they make the mandatory stop and do the driver change. Of course, what we don't know is what drivers are going to, or what team's going to make driver changes at the first stop. We can guess that those with 3 drivers will make a driver change at both of their mandatory stops. But of course, those that have 2 drivers could either go first driver, second driver, or first, second, or even first, second. So we won't necessarily know who's in the 2 driver cars come the end of the race with the 2 mandatory stops that they have to make. We'll try and keep an eye on the pit stops as best we can, but from our commentary position, we can't see the sort of business area of the pit lane. It's beneath the roof of race control beneath us, and we don't get a good view of what's going on there, so we won't necessarily see the action in terms of driver changes. The pit window is now open, so drivers can start to make their stops. There's a slippery surface flag being shown, I can see, up at Rocket now. Whether that's for some fluid that's been spilt, maybe, or possibly debris. I'm not quite certain. I guess it could be some debris, possibly, if that bumper of Theo Millward has become detached. That might explain it. Could be something like that that's on the circuit. Try and have a look at his car when he comes back through. We've had 11 laps now for Sam Carrington-Yates, and he's still leading, of course. From number 75, Lewis Tyndall in second place. And then 25 in third, Ben Saybold. The gap between those two has come down by about 7/10 on that lap. So it's about 2.6 seconds now between second and third. Ian Carvel is fourth. James Reddish is fifth. Jack Gordon sixth. Harry Ormerod seventh. Andrew Rowe eighth. Rob Carvel now up to ninth. Rich Lakey 10th and Chris Millward 11th. Well, I can see, sorry, Theo Millward 11th. I can see that he is still dragging his bumper along behind him, so I don't think that's the reason for the flag we could see up at Rocket. It'd be something else. Jack Godden in number 71 is going to get ahead of number 1, James Reddish here, and he does. He goes through into 5th position. Jack, who's been quick on occasion this season. Further back, there's someone that's... I think it was the back marker, actually, the number 96 car that was keeping well out of the way. The Chris Kershaw car that was had gone very deep into Rocket, but I'm trying to work out who it was, and then it occurred to me that it was probably Chris Kershaw. So yeah, Jack Godden now up to 5th, but he's reasonably far behind Ian Carvel now. The gap between Carvel in 4th and the 5th place driver was 1.5 seconds at the end of the previous lap. It's now gone out to 2 seconds as Godden and Reddish were falling over one another, and they've continued to fall over one another through Target that time. They were leaning on one another. I think there was contact that may have given the opportunity for Harry Ormerod to squeeze through past both of them. It has, and Harry Ormerod now in the number 77 car has squeezed through into 5th position, while Jack Godden and James Reddish were leaning on one another through Target there. So an opportunistic move by Ormerod, and he goes through into 5th position. Meanwhile, I've had the first of our stops. And it's car number 9 that has come in. So that's Andrew Rowe. And we don't know whether he stayed in the car or whether he's handed over to Shane. It's an early stop there, only 18 minutes or so into the race. Of course, it may not have been a mandatory stop. It didn't strike me as if he could have been stationary for very long. We'll keep an eye to that one. Leaders come across the line again. It's still Sam Carrington-Yates leading by nearly 18 seconds now. He's just in the best lap of the race as well as Sam Carrington-Yates, a 1:26.04. Of course, no lap record has been set for these cars. The Millward car, Theo Millward car, has been into the pits and it's gone back out again. So that's the one that was treading its bumper. It's now bumperless. So I don't think that was their mandatory stop. Get an idea of that as the running order settles down again over the next lap or two. The Andrew Rowe car goes across the line. It was a 3-minute 29 second lap. So that's about a 2-minute longer lap than normal, which suggests that they have made the 60-second, if not more than 60-second mandatory stop in that time, as well as the time allowed for going into and out of the pit lane. I suspect you could do it a little bit quicker than that. Treble 7 across the line again. That's Sam Carrington-Yates, Cheshire driver. Still leading the way. Lewis Tyndall is still there in second place, but Ben Saybold in third has taken another 10th out of him that time. There's only 1.6 seconds now between second and third. So it's pretty tight at the moment between those two cars. They're turning their way through the fast right-hander at Church at the moment, named for the church that's just over the other side of the fence down by the beach. Occasionally it is in use during a race weekend, and we have to stop for the church service. Sam Carrington Yates then through to complete lap 15. He's staying out for the moment. Another lap in the low 126 is 126.07 that time through. And the other drivers lapping in. Well, the next best lap that time was a 127.40 for Richard Lakey, back in 9th place. So he's lapping 1.3 seconds faster than anybody else, really. So that's really, really quite something, isn't it? Got a driving standards flag being shown to somebody. I didn't see the number. Possibly it's the 58 car of Ian Carvel. I'll try and keep an eye on that, though. Of course, in a 90-minute race, there's plenty of opportunity to transgress track limits and pick up penalties. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, all accumulative. And potentially we could see drivers disqualified if they transgress too often. We don't see that happen all that often, but it's a sanction that's available to the clerk of the course for anyone that doesn't get the message. New fastest lap for Sam Carrington Yates, 125.88 seconds now. That's an average of 64.97 miles per hour. Fantastic there. Oh, and I can see now that the 5-second penalty, there has been a 5-second penalty, and it's gone to the third place driver, Ben Saybold, number 25. He's got a 5-second penalty now. Now, in actual fact, as things stand, that doesn't cost him any positions because Ian Carvel is about 7.5 seconds behind him. You can hear someone heading into the pits. I can't see which car that is. I might see it when it goes out of the pit lane exit in a moment. But sending one of them into the pits. Just having a look out of the window to see. I don't think it's any of the top 8 or 9 cars by the looks of it. So 24 minutes gone, around about a quarter of the way through this race. Sam Carrington Yates still leading, and his margin will go out again because that's another quick lap from him. It's going to be about 23 seconds now, I should think, over Lewis Tyndall in second position. Through the left-hander goes Lewis Tyndall in second place. Right, the car that was into the pits is going out again. And that is, if I'm not mistaken, that's the 77 car. So it was one of the top 6. Actually, it was Harry Ormerod. So he's been in for the first of his mandatory stops. Now, that was originally going to be a 3-car or 3-driver team, also involving Tim Crichton. But Tim, in the event, not racing. I just noticed that another car has lost its bumper. That's the 17 car of Mike Wells. And also going back out into the race. I'll try and pick that number up in a moment. Just missed it as it headed out to the pit lane. Yeah, the 44 car also back out into the race, having made a pit stop as well. So that's Richard Phillips, who's driving on his own, making the first of his mandatory stops. No stops yet for Sam Carrington-Yates. He's looking to build up as big an advantage as he can in the first part of this race. Good little battle coming down the corkscrew now. And it's behind Rob Carvel. So it's 7th, 8th and 9th. So it's the 11 car, which is Richard Lakey. It's the 1 car of James Reddish. And it's the 17 car of Mike Wells, having a tight scrap for 7th place, I should say. 3-way scrap for 7th place. Into the pits comes number 12. That's Andrew Woodbine, making the first of his stops. Experienced racer in the 116 trophy, which runs as a series rather than a championship. There's no points awarded in this. Victories this season have gone to Mark Burton at Silverstone. He was driving solo there. It was a good battle with Simon Ward-Cantley. We saw out in the previous race for the low costs. Then at Donington, it was Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield that had victory there. Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates were victorious at Snetterton. And then last time out, Lewis Tyndall and Andrew Bayliss won at Cadwell Park in a dramatic race. I can see that the Rose who are in car 9 in 17th position have both been given 5-second penalties. Now, I don't know if that means that they've altogether got a 10-second penalty. I would assume that was because the penalty applies to the car rather than the driver. I think that was just a 5-second penalty for the Rose, but they're at the moment towards the back. They've made their mandatory stop already, or the first of their mandatory stops already. So coming up towards the half-hour mark and 1/3 distance in this race for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. Of course, Gas Shocks providing the key suspension components here. They run on Nankang control tyres as well, which are very affordably priced. 5-speed transmission, standard brakes, although they can use any pads that they wish. And it's the 1.6i N45 engines that are used from the 2004 to 2006 model year. And Carvel in 4th place goes over the line again. 5th is still 71 Jack Godden. 77 is the Harry Ormerod car just behind them, but that's now further down the order, having made the first of its stops. Actually running in 12th place, I believe. They made their stop a bit more efficiently than the Rose had done. Another car I can hear into the pits beneath me, but alas, I can't see who. 16 is heading back out into the race. That's the 3-way car, 3-driver car. So that's Omar Mahmood that's now handed over to either Harry Portlock or Roger Taylor. 30 minutes have gone, so let's just give you a quick rundown on the order. It's number 777 that's leading the way. That's Sam Carrington-Yates. Second is number 75. That's Lewis Tyndall, and he's about half a minute behind. So Carrington Yates has been pulling it away at about a second per lap. Ben Saybold, with the 5-second penalty, is nevertheless in third place in car 25. In fourth place, number 58, Ian Carvel. In fifth place, number 71, Jack Godden. In sixth place, number 59, Rob Carvel. Seventh, number 1, James Reddish. Eighth, number 11, Richard Lakey. Ninth, number 17, Mike Wells, who's in the pits at the moment. So he's just handed over to either Keith Atwood or Adam Jewis. So that will be a change. 10th, number 2, Chris Noakes. 11th, number 77, the Ormerods. Harry started that car. 12th, number 80, Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss. 13th, number 16, the car that's just been handed over by Omar Mahmood. 14th, number 44, Richard Phillips. 15th, number 9, the Rose. 16th, number 96, Chris Kershaw. 17th, number 12, Andrew Woodbine. And 18th, number 88, the Riley and Taylor number 88 car. And those positions changing all the time as drivers make their stops. So Sam Carrington Yates continues to lead by half a minute from Lewis Tyndall, Ben Saybold. Ian Carvel in fourth place, number 58. I guess an interesting aspect here is, could Sam Carrington Yates lap the entire field? It's just about possible, I reckon. He's lapping a second faster than anybody else, pulling out a second a lap, or a second a minute, basically. It's a 90-minute race. A lap is just under 90 seconds, so it's entirely possible that Sam Carrington Yates, who's not got a success penalty on this occasion, could lap the field. Lewis Tyndall does have a success penalty in the 75 car he's sharing with Anthony Settings. The only driver that does have a success penalty applied to this race. So that does suggest that Carrington Yates lapping the whole field is not something that could be written off here. And in a 90-minute one-make race, that's quite something. He's plugging along at the moment. Heading up towards the left-hander at Rocket is the race leader. '17 car coming through. That's either Keith Atwood or Adam Jewis now at the wheel of that car, having taken over from Mike Wells, who did the first stint. Had the car up inside the top 10. At the moment, the only green that's evident on my timing screen is number 96, Chris Kershaw, who has done his personal best lap of the race on the last lap of 1:33.74. Now, he's running in 16th of 18 cars at the moment. I think that's possibly partly because he's not yet made his mandatory stop or first mandatory stop. But good to see Chris, who's driving solo, is improving his lap times as he goes along. I can see the 5-second penalty board being held out again. I'm not quite sure who this has gone to this time. We'll see if we get an update on my on the timing screen. It's sort of being wielded towards the 17 car, actually, as much as it was to anybody else anyway. So we'll see if it's possibly the 17 car, but we'll look on our screens to see if we get an update on anyone else that's been given a 5-second penalty for infringing track limits. Of course, in a long race, more opportunity to infringe track limits, but equally more time to negate the penalty as well and pull out a gap over your rivals. Oh, and for second and third, all of a sudden, it's well, it's not second and third anymore because they've been into the pits, haven't they? The 25 car, but those two cars that were together on the road were door handle to door handle there. Lewis Tyndall and the new driver of car 25, which is either Max Palmer or Mike Patton. But I say the 25 car's been in to make it stop now. So the 25 car is actually running in 8th place. At least I think that's what's happened there. Basically lost a lap on the number 7 car. The number 75 car, I should say, of Lewis Tyndall. 2 more coming in, 44 and 2, almost nose to tail. So that's Richard Phillips, I think, for a second time, actually. So I don't know if that's a scheduled stop. He was coming in rather slowly. So possibly 44, Richard Phillips has got a problem. The last lap was a bit slower. We'll see if he makes it back out again for another stint. But of course, it's perfectly legitimate to make your 2 stops in quick succession, although you might have thought that you'd keep one up your sleeve to see if there was going to be a safety car. Because if you can possibly take your stop behind the safety car, then you could stand to gain. The other possibility is that he's got a penalty, and there is now a penalty being shown to somebody. A drive-through penalty being shown. Now I can see that, yes, the other 5-second penalty, that has gone to the 17 car, as I thought it might have done. So that's the Atwood, Jewis and Wells car. Drive-through penalty, or stop-and-go penalty, should say. Could be for one of several things. Speeding in the pit lane, taking under a yellow flag. Not seen too many yellow flags, I don't think it's that. Overtaking under a safety car, we don't have one of those. It's not going to be for a false start. So I suspect it is a pit lane speeding issue for somebody. And in that situation, you have to stop and go, but you have to be stationary for 1 second for each kilometre per hour over the 60 kilometre per hour speed limit. Maybe an issue with some drivers not parking at the 45-degree angle as well. Into the pits comes number 75 from second position. So that's Lewis Tyndall. Now, whether he'll hand over to Anthony Seddon here, we're pretty much at halfway, 40 minutes into the race. Will Lewis Tyndall do another stint before he hands over to Anthony Seddon? It's his car, Lewis Tyndall's car. Lewis driver from Essex, Anthony from Tarpley, not far from Alton Park. Not yet seen the driver come in for the stop-go penalty either. 88 into the pits, and it was 88 with a drive-through penalty. So I would think that's for a pit lane speeding infringement. They're now going to serve their penalty for that. So that's the Ross Riley and Gary Taylor car, the drivers from Henley United and Meriden, down there in Warwickshire. Well, looks like as things stand, with a bit of sunshine coming out now, we're going to get a dry Warm 16 trophy race. And I don't think we were expecting that when we saw the weather forecast yesterday, or even possibly this morning. Looks like we've got away with that one. The 77 car with the Ormerods, who are the drivers that I think are possibly one of the shorter drivers to get here, because they're from Conwy, just on the North Wales coast. They've just had a bit of a moment coming out of the final turn there. 75 car goes back out into the race, so that's the Tyndall and Seddon car. And we've got a couple of teams below us here waiting for drivers to come in to make their stop. I can see one team driver has what looks to be a wooden block tied to a piece of string with a loop on the end of it, which I imagine serves some kind of purpose. Once the car comes in, I'm slightly intrigued as to what that purpose is. Keep an eye on that. Sam Carrington-Yates still leads number 777. Ian Carvel now up to second place, number 58, because he's not yet made his stop, and neither has his brother Rob, number 59, who's moved up into third position. James Reddish is fourth. And I think then everyone else has made a stop, which implies... No, I don't think Jack Godden has yet made a stop. It's Ian Carvel that's in next from second position. And right, I see the block is placed behind the front wheel, and I think is going to be left there until the minute is up. Cloth being used to clean the screen. Back out into the race goes number 96, Chris Kershaw, having made his stop. The Ian Carvel car needs some tape, and I think that's a bit of bodywork possibly that has come off. Now, that Carvel car was in a scrap with... there was some contact earlier on with another car, wasn't there? Wooden block's been removed. They're going to push the car back out into the running lane in the pits. And the car goes back out into the race. That's Ian Carvel. We'll see where he feeds into things. I don't think the 71 car of Jack Godden has yet been in. But I'm thinking that I may possibly be mistaken on that. It's showing us a lap and a minute and a half behind Sam Carrington-Yates, which seems like a stretch. So I suspect Jack Godden has been and have missed that. Possibly, therefore, also... No, possibly James Reddish hasn't yet been in. That would make some kind of sense. James Reddish in fourth place. What we don't have on the timing screen here is an analysis of how many times drivers have been into the pit stops, which we sometimes have. "45 minutes gone, halfway through the race. I'll run down on the order as things stand. Treble 7, Sam Carrington-Yates still yet to make a stop. He's out there in the lead. From in second place, number 59, Rob Carvel. Third is number 58, Ian Carvel. Third is number 1, James Reddish. Fifth, number 71, Jack Godden. Sixth is the 25 car now, which was started by Ben Sabol, but it's now being driven by either Max Palmer or Mike Patton. 7th is 77, the Ormerods. 8th is 75, Tyndall and Seddon. 9th, number 11, Richard Lakey. And 10th, number 17, the Atwood, Dewis and Wells car. Some of those have made stops, some of them haven't. And they've got another 30 minutes to either make 1 or 2 stops as required. They have to make 2 in total of at least a minute during the course of this race. Quarter to 6 in the evening here at Anglesey. As we move into the final 3/4 of an hour of racing here today. We've got 13 more races tomorrow. Practice underway at 9 o'clock, racing underway at around about 20 to 10 tomorrow. So an early start to racing just after breakfast. Sam Carrington-Yates, his best lap, a 125.88. The next best lap has been a 126.82, so just under a second slower. That's the Ormerods. I think probably Harry Ormerod setting that time. And that's a car that's now in 5th position. Sam Carrington-Yates leading by 1 minute and 5 seconds from Rob Carvell. With Ian Carvell still showing on the screen in 3rd place, but I'm not sure the pit stops had chance to unwind yet. Carrington-Yates goes back a lap clear of everybody else. He's about 20-25 seconds away from lapping Rob Carvell. Carvell's just heading past about to head past the school building as probably Carrington-Yates is just coming out of the banking. Indeed he is. So Carvell, one of the few cars, Rob Carvell, 59, one of the few cars that's yet to make its first stop. And what this is showing is that it's entirely possible that Sam Carrington-Yates could lap the field, because he's going to lap Carvell, would lap Carvell probably in the next 10 laps, looking at their respective pace. Will they both stay out for all that time, which they probably won't, because they will need to, both of them, make mandatory stops, or 2 of them now, in the next 27 minutes. Indeed, Rob Carvell comes in now for the first of his. So from 2nd position, Rob Carvell in to make his stop down beneath us. Sam Carrington-Yates continues on for 1 more lap. I noticed that he's being fairly cautious and not really using the curb on the exit of the final turn, as some drivers are, with the potential risk that if you sort of don't rejoin the circuit before the end of the curb, that you can start to pick up track limits penalties. Carrington-Yates doesn't really need to do that. With his convincing advantage over everybody else. Just looking for green on the timer screen again, I can see that the number 1 car, Radish and Woodgate, not sure who's at the wheel of that one just now. That's just improved its lap time. But the only hint of green on my screen for the moment, which means that drivers improve their lap time. 50 minutes have now gone by. 40 minutes left to go. Rob Carvell has made his first stop, and into the pits comes number 96, Chris Kershaw, for his second stop now. Makes that down beneath us. think he's going to be given a drink of water there, maybe, from the team. In fact, it looks like he's going to get out of the car, so possibly problems with the car for Chris Kershaw. Well, the marshal's just having a word with him there, but his helmet's off. Maybe some confusion as to what's going on. And handing the helmet across, taking the balaclava off, and it looks like Chris Kershaw out of the race, I'm afraid. The Ormerod car's back in for its second stop. So I suspect that means that it is going to be Peter Ormerod in the car now, or will be once they've completed that driver change. Sam Carrington-Yates still staying out there. 36 laps now completed with 52 minutes on the clock. So taking the stops into account, I think 60 laps is probably about right for this race. If there's no safety car, maybe 59. So we do need to add on the time for the 2 mandatory 1-minute stops, plus the time to get in and out of the pit lane. So Chris Kershaw out of the race. Andrew Woodbine, another driver that we lost earlier on. That's 2 retirements now from this race by my reckoning. And 96. The Ormerod car going back out into the race now, so I think that's going to be Peter aboard that at the moment. For the final 37 minutes of this race. 4 cars together on track here, and all on different laps, I think. Or actually, the 25 and 75 cars, which are part of that group, are both together on track now. So that's the Ben Saybold, Max Palmer, Mike Patton car, and Lewis Tyndall and Anthony Seddon. And Tyndall and Seddon had to serve an extra long pit stop there. So those 2 are back together again, 25 and 75 in 5th and 6th on the road at the moment. And all of these are on the same lap, actually, now, but 2 laps behind Sam Carrington-Yates, who I think is pretty much the only driver yet to have made at least 1 stop. And a change there. Lewis Tyndall, or Anthony Seddon as it now might be in that car, gets ahead of the 25 car of Saybold, Palmer and Patton on the way up to Rocket. So they're picking their way up the order. They've got Rob Carvell, Jack Godden, and Ian Carvell to pass. I'm just having a look how big the gap is between Ian Carvell and the Tyndall and Seddon car. That's just making its way through the corkscrew. Now it's going to be about 20-25 seconds, something like that, I reckon, which they'll need to try and wind over the next 36 minutes. See if they can do it. Yes, the gap from Carvell to Tyndall is actually 28.97 seconds. Possible that they could unwind that, though. In the second part of this race, we'll see. Although that last lap, Carvell was about a second faster than the 75 car. Oh, and there's some contact there up at Rocket, and it is between the 75 car and the 25 car, I think. Up at the top of the hill, that is between either Tyndall and Seth or one of the three drivers of the 25 car. They've both got away from the scene, but will they both manage to get round to complete another lap? Yellow flags are still waving. But that looked to me, was it the 25 car? Or was it possibly the one car of Reddish and Woodgate? In fact, no, the 25 car's still there, so I beg your pardon. It wasn't the 25 car, so I think it probably was the one car that got involved there. The car is probably now being driven by Jeremy Woodgate, that was started by James Reddish. Yellow flags are still waving as either of those cars come back round. I don't think they do. I think they're both out of the race. Collision between the two of them up at Rocket Corner. Now, there was only 1.27 seconds between those cars. They've not come back through. Chris Noakes in number 2 has gone ahead of them now. So two, or about to. Oh, no, so that's a lap down the car of the Rose. But the 16 car will go ahead as well. So we've lost two of the front runners there with a collision up at Rocket on lap number 37 of the race. One car's just made it into the pits. That's the 58 car of Ian Carvel for his second stop. And now we've got, yes, a safety car has been called. Safety car has been called. And this is an opportunity then for everyone that's yet to make their first stop or even second stop to make it now. In comes Sam Carrington-Yates. So he's going to get one of them done under the safety car as well. If this works out well for me, could possibly make both of his stops under the safety car here. If this takes long enough to clear, we can get out, do a lap, come back in. Sam Carrington-Yates can make both of his stops under the safety car. As if he wasn't going to have such a comfortable winning margin in the first place. The safety car's picked up number 71, which is Jack Godwin, which is, to be fair, the leading car that's not in the pits at the moment, because both Ian Carvel second and Sam Carrington first are in the pits. So from that point of view, safety car's picked up the right car by my reckoning, number 71. And 750 Motor Club McGann is leading them slowly up the hill, and they'll be doing so slowly there because it's at Rocket where we have marshals and drivers and cars by the side of the circuit. After that incident, I can see there's two recovery trucks queuing up to head up to the scene of that incident. So it's going to be a few minutes, I think, before this race gets back underway. And that does rather suggest that Sam Carrington-Yates could indeed make both of his stops behind the safety car. And that would help him enormously. You would think that everyone else will make their stops here. We've got 60 minutes until the safety car window anyway. So one would think that anyone that's yet to make the final stop will do so in these conditions. For those drivers splitting the racing three ways, it's a good time to make their stop as well, because we're coming up to exactly the 1 hour mark as well. So yeah, for a number of reasons, this safety car works well. Sam Carrington-Yates back out into the race, but let's keep an eye on him to see if he goes straight back into the pit lane as well at the end of this lap to make his second mandatory stop. Jack Gordon and Rob Carvel both coming in. I imagine Jack will hand over to his father, Christopher, this time. At Cadwell Park, for reasons I'm not entirely clear on, Jack had to take his race suit off and hand it over to his father as well, and was standing in the pit lane in his underwear for a while, but hopefully we don't have a repeat of that here. So They're into the pits for their second stops. And let's keep an eye on Sam Carrington-Yates, who comes straight back in to the pits, as I thought he would do. Well, it's the right thing to do, absolutely, but he has got lucky there that he left his, well, not lucky, I suppose he was thinking this could happen, but he left his mandatory stop very late, until almost an hour into the race, and then he's been able to make two back-to-back behind the safety corner. It's going to be a few minutes, I think, before the incident gets cleared at... well, he's been gone straight back out again, although he has to stop at the pit lane exit. Yeah, there's a green light now, and he can't see the green light because he's just driven slightly past the green light. So that's interesting. He went straight back in, but has he been waved through? So I don't think that's counting as a mandatory stop, therefore. I'll give you the order anyway. At the end of just over 60 minutes of racing, it's treble 7 Sam Carrington-Yates in the lead, 71 Jack Godden in second place, 59 Rob Carvel in third position. In fourth place is number 2 Chris Noakes. In fifth is number 58 Ian Carvel. In sixth is 25 Saybold, Palmer and Patton. Seventh, number 11 Richard Lakey. Eighth, number 17 Keith Atwood, Adam Jewis and Mike Wells. Ninth, number 16 the Mahmood and Portlock car. And 10th, 77 or the Ormerods. So still under the safety car here. So what we've just been hearing is that actually what you can't do is make two mandatory stops under the same safety car period, which I wasn't aware of. And neither, presumably, was Sam Carrington-Yates either, because he's driven straight through and gone back out again. Chris Noakes has come through to make his second stop now. So I don't think that will make much difference to the result for Sam Carrington-Yates, because he was a long way clear anyway. But it does mean that, well, what happens if the safety car is still out there in 11 minutes' time when the pit window closes? He wonders, is there an exemption then? Are you allowed to stop outside the window? Are you allowed to make your second stop within the same safety car period in that situation? Interesting. Up at the top of the hill, I can see the recovery truck looks like it's moved at least one of the cars. Those of you watching up at the top of the hill will see better than I can what's going on up there. But still, obviously, well, yellow flags anyway, because the safety car's out. The other car is just being brought back. So I imagine they'll try and bring those cars back down to the paddock. but I would think, because both cars have now are on the back of the respective recovery trucks, we should be able to get going again in the next few minutes. Indeed, the safety car light's already out, so I think they're going to leave the recovery trucks up there, and the race will get back underway with 24 minutes left to go. So there is a chance now for drivers to make their second stop if they need to, if they have made their first stop during that safety car interlude. But the race gets back underway then, and it's the Ormerod car that's the first car that sees the green flag that time. Safety car moves back to its position at the end of the pit lane. So it's going to take a little bit of sorting out of the order here. Obviously, they've all queued up behind the safety car in a rather jumbled order. Now, about half of the cars are all on the same lap, which is lap 42 now. Sam Carrington-Yates is on his 44th, and everyone 11th or 10th backwards is on lap 41 or a bit earlier than that. We've lost now 4 cars, haven't we? So we've got 14, I think, still circulating, somewhere between lap 44 and lap 39. So they're all up at the top of the hill, at Rocket and at Peel. Turning their way through the left-hander at the end of the lap then. The Ormerod car, first one back over the line, but where might we see battles here? Well, we've got a battle for third, I think that is, between 25 and... No. Let's wait and see how that settles down. I'm going to give it another lap before everything settles down as the cars go past me. 5th and 6th looks tight between cars 25 and 16. They're separated by less than 1 second. And also, I think the Godden and Noakes battle, 71 and 2 for 8th and 9th, that's only separated by about 1.3 seconds. And I think that could change because I think Chris Noakes is probably a bit of a quicker driver than Christopher Godden, and so may make up a place in the closing stages. Sun setting now at Anglesey, being dazzled by the sunlight off the sea. And I might have to get the sunglasses out in a minute. I did bring them with me, which was prescient. Down through the left-hander comes Ormerod then, who's sort of heading the group of cars that are making their way through. So I think we're going to need to see Sam Carrington-Yates make another stop at some point in the next 6 minutes, really, to make sure he does complete both of his mandatory stops. He is in this time. Yes, Sam Carrington-Yates in this time. He's going to make his stop. He didn't really lose anything in on the previous abortive attempt. And he's going to win this race by a lap anyway, I would think. But we'll see. Yeah, that 16 and 71 battle is also something to keep an eye on as well, because that's closed up. That's Christopher Godden catching up with the Mahmood, Portlock and Taylor car. I think it's either Portlock or Taylor at the wheel of that one at the moment. So that's for 7th and 8th. And it looks like Christopher Godden's slightly quicker than the driver of the 16 car. So that's one to watch. But also, I think Chris Noakes in the 2 car probably now ahead of 71 by the time they get back past me again to complete their 44th lap. Treble 7 car gets back out into the race. That's Sam Carrington-Yates. So once he's been through, we'll give you a bit of a rundown on the order. Because I think he's going to come out still in the lead of this race. Ian Carvel's second in 58 at the moment. Third is number 11, Richard Lakey. Fourth is number 17. Fifth, number 59. Sixth is 25. Seventh is 16. Eighth is number 2. Ninth is 71. And 10th is 77, as things stand at the moment. But we'll see if that's still the way of it as they come back through. I can see that the number 17 car is having a close scrap with the number 44 car, which is a lap behind at the moment. Oh, and a spin, and that's for Ian Carvel, number 58, the driver that's in second place. And that means that he's just actually been lapped again, I think, by Sam Carrington-Yates. So over the line comes Sam Carrington-Yates now to complete 46 laps. Ian Carvel completes number 45 laps. And he's still in second place, 1.68 seconds clear of Richard Lakey. So Sam Carrington-Yates, with that, has lapped the field. A spin at the corkscrew for Ian Carvel. He's still there in second place, but it does mean that the gap to number 11, Richard Lakey, is down to 1.68 seconds. And then the next car behind them is the 17 car, although that does have a 5-second penalty. So that's not really in the equation. Up to Rocket for the next time, 47th or 46th time, depending on where you are in the field. With a minute, with 18 minutes left to go. 17 minutes left to go, make that. So it's treble 7 leading, Sam Carrington-Yates by a lap from 58 Ian Carvel. 11 Richard Lakey is third. 17 Atwood, Jewis and Wells are fourth. 59 Rob Carvel fifth. 2 Chris Noakes in sixth. 25 Saybold and Patton and Palmer are 7th. 8th for Mahmood and Portlock and Taylor. 9th the Goddens, Jack and Christopher. And 10th, number 77, the Ormerods, Peter and Harry. Those are the cars inside the top 10 at the moment as we go into the last 16 and a half minutes of this race. Carvel has just edged out a little bit more from Richard Lakey now, 2.85 seconds between them for second and third. The 17 car is going to lose out to Rob Carvel here, because Carvel's a bit quicker, and this is for fourth place, but also because the 17 car has a 5-second penalty. But Carvel, I think, is going to get the position on the road anyway before much longer. And that's then for fourth and fifth. I see that the 25 car, Saybold and Patton and Palmer, they now have a 15-second penalty rather than a 5-second penalty. So they've been given another 10 for another track limits infringement. That could cost them 2 places, I reckon, because both the 71 car and the 16 car, which are also still on the same lap, are only a couple of seconds behind at the moment. And there's only 15 minutes to go in this race now. Sam Carrington-Yates lapping latterly in the 127s, was in the 125s in the early part of the race, a 125.88. Does a bit more lappery, puts another lap on the Shane Rowe Andrew car. The pit window closed board is now shown from the finish line, so no one else can make their mandatory stops, but I don't think anyone was looking to anymore. So working the final quarter of an hour of this first stage racing here at Anglesey. Plenty more racing to come tomorrow. From 9 o'clock, we've got 2 qualifying sessions for the Armed Forces Race Challenge and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Then a lot of sprint races for you tomorrow, 13 of them in all, getting underway at 9:45 for the KTEC Racing Clio 182 Championship. We've also got 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. They both have further races in the afternoon. Got the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship, Protec Shock Sport Specials. They have their second and final races of the weekend before lunch. And Historic 750 Formula, backed by Race Parts and the Armed Forces Race Challenge, have their first race before the lunch break. Then after lunch, final race of the weekend for Formula V, Sports 1000, Low Cost, Clios, MX5s, Historic 750 Formula, and the Armed Forces Race Challenge as well. So 13 races to come tomorrow here at Anglesey Circuit. But here we've still got another 13 and a half minutes of this 116 trophy race backed by Gas Shocks to come. I think we might see a change for third here because Richard Lakey in number 11 is being caught now by Rob Carvel in number 59 reasonably rapidly. That time through, Carvel took just over a second out of Lakey. There's only 1.9 seconds between them. They're just heading through Church Corner now. And out past the school building, climbing this gradual ascent up to Rocket. Turn away through the left-hander. Disappear from my view. But Carvel's certainly closing in on Lakey now. Atwood and Dewis and Weltle there in 5th and Noakes in 6th position. Just looking for other likely position change as well. Christopher Gardner, notice, has got ahead of the 25 car on merit, let alone with the need for any penalty. And this battle I was talking about, Lakey and Carvel for third place, nose to tail over the line this time. 12 minutes of the race to go. There's just 4/10 between Rob Carvel, who's lapping in the mid-127s. Lakey driving solo, as is Carvel, in the 129. So both of them will be equally getting a bit fatigued by this point, one would think. Carvel, the more experienced driver of the two, I would suggest. Within half a car length of Lakey now as they turn their way through the right-hander at Church with the corner markers guarding the inside of the corner. Climbing past the school building up towards Rocket. They're on their 50th lap. Carvel not doing anything silly. He doesn't need to. Still got plenty of laps to go to try and find a way past Lakey and up into third position. A bit further back, you can see that the Ormrods, they've just improved their lap time at 126.76. So too have the Rose, 127.10 on the last lap. Here is that Lakey versus Carvel battle for third position. Up and over the line again. The gap was 0.46 seconds. It's come down to 0.44. But certainly Carvel capable of lapping more quickly than is Lakey. Certainly on recent lap form, but actually overall during the course of the race, Lakey's done a better overall lap by 100th of a second, 127.40 to Carvel's 127.41. So it's really closely fought, this battle for the final podium position. It looks like there should be one Carvel on the podium anyway. Ian Carvel in second position. Rob, his brother, goes up the inside of Lakey, this time into Rocket, and has done it. He's done it at the left-hander on lap 51. So I think that's going to mean that we'll have 2 Carvels on the podium here in this 116 trophy race. Sam Carrington-Yates goes over the line now to complete lap 52. So momentarily it's 2 laps ahead of the field, but now Ian Carvel comes across the line and makes it just 1. How far is he ahead of his brother? The answer is 7.77 seconds. They're lapping in similar lap times, though, the Carvel brothers. And there's only 9 minutes left to go. So 1/10 of the race left to go now. So I think it looks like Ian Carvel's going to get second and Rob Carvel third. Into the closing stages of this 116 trophy race, being led by Sam Carrington-Yates. We're not going to quite get the 60 laps out of it that we thought we might. 53 laps completed, about 8 minutes to go. It's going to be 58 laps, I would think. We might just squeak 59. Safety car has stymied the chances of us getting 60 laps, I think. Carrington-Yates leading by a lap from Ian Carvel. Rob Carvel, his brother. Yeah, 8.03 seconds. It's just gone out by another couple of tenths that time. Carvel pulling away from Lakey in 4th position, though. The Godden car, which I think is being driven by Christopher now, that's moved up another position to 7th. I wonder if it... No, I don't think they can catch Chris Noakes for 6th. Actually, Chris Noakes has just done his personal best lap of the race, a 1:27.76 for the number 2 car. He started 12th on the grid, so he'll be pleased with progress to 6th. We have lost a few. 4 cars, I think, in the course of this race, but nevertheless, a good gain there for Chris Noakes, and towards the end, in the last 10 minutes of the race, still setting new fastest laps. Well, Rob Carvel said he was getting away from Richard Lakey. The gap's come down again on that lap to about 7/10 of a second. No, 6/10 of a second. And it's come down, in fact, by about 6/10 of a second as well. So Richard Lakey, he's not given up on his hopes of a podium, I don't think. I assumed, wrongly, but once Rob Carvel got through, he would be able to make a bit of a break. But I guess I shouldn't have thought that, because they've set such similar lap times during the course of this race. Richard Lakey could get back into 3rd here before the end. There's 5.5 minutes left to go. He's climbing the hill. Is Richard Lakey behind Rob Carvel. Just looking at Richard Lakey's previous best result, it was a 5th. So either a 3rd or a 4th is going to be an improvement on that, clearly. Ian Carvel and Rob Carvel, they've, I think, both had I think they shared a car earlier in the season. It has a 9th. Ian Carvel's also shared with Harry Volkard at one race this season and had a 3rd. So again, for either of them, it'll be an improvement on their previous best positions for this season. Rob Carvel in the R.A. Potter Racing car. Still with Lakey behind him, only 0.3 of a second behind him now, though. And they're turning their way out of the banking for the 55th time into Church Corner. And still only about 2 or 3 car lengths between those two. I think Carville gets a better run through Church this time, puts a bit more daylight between himself and Lakey. But if Lakey can keep at this kind of range, he could launch a bid on the last lap, you would think. Try and get through into the final podium position. I presume that they'll both know that this is for 3rd place overall, either through pit signals or through radios that some but not all of the teams will use. Sam Carrington-Yates goes over the line. He's got 3.5 minutes of the race to go. So 3 laps to go then for Sam Carrington-Yates. So it will be 59 laps. Would have got to 60 were it not for the safety car, I think. He's now lapping in the 1:27. Same kind of pace, actually, as Ian Carvell. And Rob Carvell goes over the line in 3rd. He's 9 and a bit seconds behind his brother. And now 1.3 seconds behind Richard Lakey. So Lakey has dropped back again a little bit. I think that's more because it was a slower lap from Lakey than a quick lap from Carvell. So Lakey making 1 or 2 mistakes there, possibly, on this lap. 71 car just coming past me now. That's the Jack and Christopher Godden car. Immediately behind it is number 44, Richard Phillips, who's a lap down. But actually they're lapping in similar kind of lap times at the moment, those two. So we've had some incident and drama during the course of this race, notably on lap 37, when there was that collision between the number 1 car of Reddish and Woodgate and the 75 car of Tyndall and Seddon, 2 of the front runners, and that put them both out of the race. It brought out the safety car as well. The safety car actually had a particularly pivotal role in the race as far as the win was concerned. Sam Carrington-Yates was going to win by a lap, was likely to win by that kind of margin anyway. Also lost Andrew Woodbine and Chris Kershaw in this race, I think more to car issues than to any incidents. So of the 18 cars that started, 14 are still circulating now. And Carvalho, can see, is going to do a bit of lappery. He's going to lap the Chris Bayliss number 80 car, which is already 2 laps behind. It's going to go 3 laps behind, I think, Ian Carvell. Last lap board, I can see, is being made ready down there on the finish line. It'll be shown to the 777 car any moment now, because Sam Carrington-Yates just coming through the corkscrew, through the final left-hander. And yeah, last lap board is shown to Sam Carrington-Yates. So he's going to go on to his 59th and final lap here at Anglesey Circuit on a very pleasant evening, as it now is, with the sun breaking through the clouds, the mountains more and more visible over in Snowdonia and down the Klin Peninsula. Number 11, Richard Lakey, too far back from Rob Carvell to try and mount an attack on the final lap. He's more than 3 seconds behind Rob Carvell now. Ian Carvell in 2nd place is just turning his way through Church as Sam Carrington-Yates turns into Rocket for the final time. So this 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy coming to an end. It's going to be a 2nd victory of the year for Sam Carrington-Yates. He shared that with Mark Sullivan at Snetterton in June. But he's gone solo here at Anglesey this weekend. The X-Compact Cup from a Ford racer turns his way through the corkscrew, the left-hander to go. Final corner of the lap, and the checkered flag waves, and the victory goes to number 777. Sam Carrington-Yates slows right down as he goes across the line to share victory with the team. Second place, a lap down, is going to go the way of number 58, Ian Carvel. Third place is going to go to number 59. That's Rob Carvel. He's just turning through the final corner now. In fourth place, it's number 11, Richard Lakey. In fifth place, number 17, good drive from Keith Atwood and Adam Dewis and Mike Wells, but they're going to have 5 seconds added to their time, which means they will drop down to sixth behind number 2, Chris Noakes. A great drive there from Chris Noakes. He gets up into fifth place right towards the end of that race with that time penalty for the number 17 car, dropping them to sixth. Seventh, I think, is going to be the number 71 car of Jack Godden and Christopher Godden. Eighth place over the line is going to be number 25, which is the Ben Saybold, Max Palmer and Mike Patton car. And I think that is going to be it. Actually, though, they've got a 15-second penalty, and that's going to drop them behind number 16. So number 16, Omar Mahmood, Harry Portlock and Roger Taylor. Number 16 will finish 8th. 9th will be the 25 car, Saybold, Palmer and Patton. And 10th, it's just gone off my screen, will be the car of Pete and Harry Ormond. But all of the cars have come across the line to finish the race. So treble 7, Sam Carrington-Yates, the race winner. Carvel second, 59, Rob Carvel third, then 11, Richard Lakey, 2, Chris Noakes, and 17, Atwood, Dewis and Wells, with that penalty added to their time. So that's the 116 trophy. That's next in action at Brands Hatch in September. And that's all of the racing from Anglesey here today. More tomorrow, practice at 9 o'clock, first race at 9:45, 13 races for you tomorrow, so do come back then. Many thanks to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work here at Anglesey today. It's a cliche, but we really couldn't do it without you. Many, many thanks to all the marshals for their efforts today, in particular in the wet weather that we've had for much of it. Hopefully, tomorrow will be a bit more like we've got now, with the sunshine out and no rain, and you won't get wet. Thanks to all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club, the competitors, for putting on a great show as well. I've enjoyed this first day's racing at Anglesey very much. Back tomorrow for 13 more races. For now, though, from me, Ian Soman, on behalf of everyone here at the 750 Motor Club and Anglesey Circuit, have a very good night.